I apologize for that. We've had some technical difficulties this morning, but I do want to welcome you to the third Thursday thing for November, and this is our last third Thursday program for this year. And I do appreciate everybody that has participated in the virtual Small Farmers Conference, and those that attended and those that watched, and certainly those that are here. Unfortunately, we had a welcome by Dr. Marion Simon, who most of you know, that was pre-recorded because she is working from home exclusively these days because of COVID and some health issues. So we're sorry that we missed that. That was part of our technical stuff, but on her behalf, I do welcome you. So today we have the first presentation will be an overview of AgriBiLity, and not so much AgriBiLity, but the Beginning Farmer Program for Veterans by Linda Buckrose from UK and Kelly Paget of KCART. So if you give them a warm welcome, we'll get started with that.
Can I take this off while I talk? Okay. May need some help on this. Well, some of you all know me. I've been exclusively working with AgriBiLity for the last 11 years. And this year they decided that I should work in Beginning Farmer Rancher, conducting a new development program for them. So I still deal with the AgriBiLity people, and I'm happy to do that. We used to keep our demonstration equipment out here at KSU, but during the COVID crisis, we had to move it to the UK North Farm so that OVR could get to it a little easier. So you see our tractor on there, the Coyote, which has a standing lift and a seated lift, depending on who you need. Okay, clicker's right there, and let's see which way we go. There. It is a program funded by the NIFA, which is the National Institute for Food and Agriculture. We are housed within the USDA, and our money for AgriBiLity and for different projects comes from the NIFA. We are a partnership with KSU, as are anybody else. There are 23 what we call SHRAPs, or state regional locations for the AgriBiLity program, plus the national is housed in Purdue. The mission of AgriBiLity is to enhance the quality of life for farmers, ranchers, and other agriculture workers with disabilities. And the disabilities can range from getting older, arthritis, back problems. Anybody that said, how many people have worked more than 20 years on a farm? Well, if you've sat on a tractor for more than 20 years, you know that back can take some beating. Not to mention the fact that you were out in the dust, you were out in the rain, you were out in the cold, you were out in every kind of weather there is, not to mention the pesticides that you worked in and so forth. So a lot of these are just accumulative disabilities, or what you would call just compromising your health. For working on a farm for all those years, working with cattle, working with horses. Sheep, goats, they're a little bit easier to work with, they're a little bit smaller. But the bigger animals, it does take a bit of moving and pushing and shoving, and sometimes they push back. So those kind of disabilities are something that we can work around a little bit with the new technology that they have. We promote success in agriculture for people with disabilities and their families. And we do work with children that are born with a disability or that get one later on from ATVs and so forth, where we do professional training through hands-on and through one-on-one talking. Technical assistance, we combine with the Office of Vocational Rehabilitation to find adaptive technology that helps the farmer continue to work. And networking. You'll see us out and around at different extension agent meetings and so forth. Whoop. Go back again. We have over 75,000 family farms in Kentucky, with the average being about 170 acres. And 65 of these are family-owned small farms. Agriculture contributes a little over $6.5 billion to the Kentucky economy, and almost half the farms are managed by women, which is a new statistic. Women have come on board a lot quicker, and the men are leaving that to us. So recent estimates claim that half of all farm workers have some kind of a limitation. And as you all probably know, farming is one of the top 5 risk-taking businesses. I think it comes right in underneath firemen, policemen, and some of the first responders. So I wanted to show you a little bit of the technology. Sometimes when I come down here, I've got a lot, but today I just have a few slides. Planting seeds. That was one of the things, we get people involved in high tunnels, and they need to have transplants to take to the field, or they raise a whole vegetable crop inside the high tunnels. But the planting seeds can be really stressful. Okay. What am I hitting wrong? I'm technically challenged, you all. Okay. This kind of looks like what I looked like when I was a kid helping my grandfather. But transplanting is hard on the back, but they have all kinds of new devices from the old way, from the old way of mixing soils for the transplants and for the seeding, which I really am having a trouble. May have to get a partner. Seed soil, which used to be just dumping a bunch of it together and on a tarp or something, getting somebody to help you raise it up and kind of twist it around, or getting a potato fork or something and mixing it together. Well, now they have like a concrete mixer. Have you ever seen those at the houses? They're smaller concrete mixers, not the trucks, but the smaller concrete mixers. They can mix up the soil for you real quick. And then they have the automatic seed planters. Unfortunately, a lot of the hoeing is, especially if you have a small farm, it's going to be done by hand. Tobacco, anybody still raise tobacco? I doubt it. Anybody here raise hemp? That's one of the things that took its place. But getting the vegetables, especially organic, and making sure that you have the right facilities, that you're keeping the right records, that you're deciding whether you're going to plant indoor or outdoor. The high tunnel, like I said, is one of the ways you can get funding for the high tunnels. It's also a lot less tedious work on you. A lot of it can be run by computers now. And if anybody has been over to App Harvest to view their facilities, it's awesome. Drones. That's another new technology that we're working with, either for spraying chemicals or for just overseeing your crops to see if there's any place that has a disease coming on, a place that's not getting watered, a place that's overwatered. Cattle that are out in the field and you need to count them to make sure you still have every one that you thought you had. Sometimes they do get away, and I've seen a couple running down the back roads a time or two. And remember chasing after a couple with my grandfather when he had his farm, and they don't want to go where you want them to go. And then finding out where they got out is a whole nother project. So having a drone around is getting to be more and more accepted. And they do have classes for that. Like I said, here are some mixing soil things, filling the seed trays, putting them in a conveyor system, transplanting. I did, transplanted tobacco plants. I go back to that because I am an older person. And that was hard, labor-intensive work. Tobacco was not an easy crop to grow, even though it is a weed. But we have crop maintenance tools available in a lot of places. There is a place here in Kentucky that will rent those kind of tools for you, minimal output of money, and some of them are free. Some of the extension agents have got those on their property. So if you're going out to spray or to bale or something like that, you might find those at your local extension center. The cultivation, I know, I was trying to think where it is, down in Liberty. The Amish even use the black plastic for planting a lot of their cucumbers and melons and things like that, and you might see a horse pulling it, but they're laying out that plastic. And then, of course, we have our own tractors and stuff like that to do this kind of stuff. Irrigation has come a long ways. You see an awful lot of the irrigation that was out there above ground, big old long tubes with the water spraying out. Now they've gone as much as they can to drip irrigation, so the water gets where the plant needs it and it does not spread disease and so forth. Anybody have any questions while I'm going through this, just holler. But anyway, all that irrigation, even the ones on the high wheels, can be controlled by computer. So these are a few of the things that we have used in the past. This one tractor is one that you can roll your wheelchair into. And one of the biggest problems we have with our farmers is back injury. Whether they roll the tractor over and pin themselves under it, which if you're using your ROPS shouldn't happen. And also just falling off a tractor, falling out of a barn, things like that puts you in the position that you need to have a mobility device. And those have come a long way. Bale stackers. If you're doing square bales or some of the alfalfa and horse forage and stuff, the bale stackers are awesome to see them go out in the field, gather up the bales, put them on the wagon, take them to the barn, scoot them off, put them up. That only takes one person to do the baling, sometimes not even that, sometimes it's all hooked together. So that kind of thing is awesome, and keeps using that word, I guess because I never had the luxury of having that kind of technology available to me. Also, there's the hitches, 3-point hitch, PTO, accessible, the things that will help you hitch that equipment up, and you don't have to get off the tractor, go around and do that. And those things are really good. The one backhoe that I've got up here is or a front end loader. It's the one where the seat actually comes out of the cab. The guy or girl in the wheelchair, or the person that has trouble just climbing into one, the seat comes out, you sit down, the remote control pulls you back into the cab, and you're ready to go. So we have put all kinds of equipment and technology at the farmer's disposal by using the Office of Vocational Rehabilitation to actually fund some of this equipment. Some of it's easy, some of it is expensive. There again is our tractor, standing or seated lifts that make a major improvement for getting in and out of tractors when you have a disability. And what this means for the farmers, it means no matter what the injury, what the disease, what the congenital problems you have, these are a way to get around those problems and to continue farming for as long as you want to keep your farm. Anybody have any questions? That was a brief overview. Agribility is still alive and well in Kentucky. I'm not going out on as many farm visits as I used to, but I do have one young man who just graduated from engineering school at Moorhead, and his grandfather was having trouble getting on and off his equipment. So he sat down, and for part of his final project at Moorhead, he built a standing lift to go on his Ford tractor. And he sent me all the pictures and dimensions and everything that he did. And he was very, very meticulous in what he did. He wanted to know if there was any problems after he built it. I've known several people that have built those for their families. And one person in Elizabethtown, I just recently saw them, and the son was there. And his father had just had knee replacement, but it didn't really solve all the problems. And he was looking at things, and we were showing him where he could attach extra handrails, extra steps, and since he's a welder, he was going, oh, this is awesome, I can do this, I can do this, I can do this. So he was making those adjustments himself. So if you had friends around, just make sure it's safe. The one guy that I said built it from scratch, I sent back a note from our OVR engineers and so forth, and said there's no belt on there to hold him on in case he gets a little wobbly. So he was going to put a standing seat belt on it, or whatever you want to call it, but a belt to go around him that hooked to the handrails, so that if he got wobbly, not just the handrails to hold on to, but it would kind of keep him from going backwards. So there's a lot out there, and there's a lot of stuff that you can look around. And if you're I hope you know who MacIver is, either the old one or the new one. But every farmer has a junk pile sitting at their house, in their barn somewhere. And there's a lot of that kind of stuff that if you look at it in a little different way, you can figure out how to make that work for a problem that you're having. I'm not going to say it'll always work, but it's a thought. I have seen barn door rails used as lift rails so that the seat would go up and down. That's how the first ones were built. And took an old tractor seat, put it on there, and up they went. So there's all kinds of things that you can do to make this a enterprise that you're going to keep until you decide, not your body, but until you decide that you want to stop. So, no other questions? No? Okay. Now, Beginning Farmer Rancher Development Project. This is my first year working on this. So I'm a little getting my feet wet right now. It's a 3-year program that we have in the Extension office. We will have our specialist working with us. K-Card will be working with us, and I'll let Kelly tell you a little bit more about K-Card. But we will plan on anyone who wants to, whether you've been farming for a while or you're just thinking about getting into farming. If you're a veteran and just came out of the service, but you think farming would be a good thing for you to get into, maybe that's what you came from. I think I got statistics about 75% of the National Guard and people, Army, are from rural areas. And when they get out, they don't really know what they want to do. So they said, well, my dad was a farmer, I might want to do that. But you know, that's a viable way to make a living, but it takes planning. There is business plans to make. There is land that you need to purchase or rent or lease. There are equipment needs, and you better be willing to put some work into it. It's not going to be an easy task, but according to everything I have read, if you put your soul into the land, it will give back. And most of these people that I have talked to who have started farms say that is the greatest thing. When you're not feeling quite what you think you ought to, you're having some low days, just go out, dig around in the garden, weed the crops that you're raising. That will put you in a comfortable and better place. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to start by having business foundations and planning and so forth. We're going to talk about different types of farms. Do you want to grow crops? Do you want to raise animals? Llamas, rabbits. You can find some small ones out there. The alpacas, that's becoming a big thing, and I didn't even know you could eat alpaca, but you can. It's a very, very lean meat. It needs to have some fat added to it, but it's not bad. It's good for you. But all kinds of things that, like I said, high tunnels. I've got a guy down in Garrett County, sells to the local farmer, to the local schools, farm to table. He also works a booth at farmers markets during the spring and summer. And his wife, who is head of the Kentucky Women in Agriculture, is also someone who does added value for the crops that they do raise. So they bring kids out and show them what the farm is, show them what the crops are. They come out and help seed the beds and work. He is blind in one eye. He has diabetes, so he's lost a leg. He has numerous problems, and yet he has a full job. And that is after he was a professor at one of the colleges locally for like 40 years. So this is a second job for him, but he has put his whole life into it, and he loves going and talking to the children and explaining to them why we have farms. You'd be surprised how many of them aren't sure. I've read an article. I have to go through every so often and look at the different articles from the counties. And how many of the kids did not know that hamburger comes from a cow? We take that for granted. Or that bacon comes from a pig. They thought it grew on a plant. I'm going, what? So somewhere along our educational lines, we have lost a vital implement, or a vital piece of information for our children. So even if all the kids do at school is raise a pizza garden, this is the one I love. We grew tomatoes, basil, peppers. One kid asked me, "Where's the cheese?" I said, "It doesn't grow on a plant." "Why not?" Haven't figured out how to yet. I figure they're out there working on these non-animal, what do they call it? They've got a name. I know at Kroger, I look at it all the time and think, I ain't taking that home. But it's Incredimeat or something like that. It's all the garden, it's all the vegetable-based meats. And I think Whopper had one, a hamburger, yeah. We won't bring that up. But the Beginning Farmer Rancher will give us a chance to have our farmers that are already producing and so forth be mentors to some of these people who want to learn. And that's a good way to pass on your knowledge to the rest of them. So, I'm going to let Kelly take over, because she is with the Kentucky Center for Ag and Rural Development.
Thank you much. Thank you, Linda. Okay, I'm going to try not to touch it. We'll just use Hello, everyone. My name is Kelly Padgett, and I'm with the Kentucky Center for Ag and Rural Development. We have partnered with the Kentucky Department of Ag, Kentucky Horticulture Council, and Kentucky Sheep and Goat to offer the Kentucky Ag Vets program. So we also were awarded a grant with NIFA, so that's the National Institute for Food and Agriculture through the USDA, to focus programming for veterans that are interested in getting started in ag or to develop their current business into different aspects of agriculture. So we are partnering with UK in their New Beginning program for veterans, because they are going to be very helpful on the classroom side as well as on the mentor. So we're really excited about the partnership moving forward. So the picture that we've got here, that was our in-person event in July of this past year. So we were excited. We got right in the middle of where we could have in-person. It was outside. It was hot, but that's okay. So we were able to kind of network and fellowship. That is at Jewett Borden's farm. He's a Navy veteran. It's outside of Shelbyville, Kentucky, so it was a really great time. Mark your calendars. Our next one is going to be in Eastern Kentucky at RCAR, so that's the Robinson Center in March. So March 19th. If you follow that QR code, that'll take you to our AgVets website, and you can sign up for our newsletter, and that's one of the best ways to keep up with what's going on. Okay, not touch that. So the three main components of the grant, first is on mentoring. So between the Homegrown by Heroes list here in the state of Kentucky, as well as in Tennessee and our surrounding states, we have been able to partner veterans that are interested in getting started in ag, transitioning service members with current producers. So I mentioned Jewett Borden. He's outside of Shelbyville, or excuse me, he's in Shepherdsville, not Shelbyville. Pardon me. He has beef cattle, and so if someone is interested in beef cattle, he's been a great resource. He welcomes to them farm, and we can work through some key production questions. The second piece is internship. So we have created an AgVets internship at Fort Campbell. So anybody that is transitioning out of the Army, so 6 months or less before they exit the military, they are able to participate in something called a Career Skills Program, or a CSP. If you're from another branch of the military, that's sometimes called a DoD Skill Bridge, but they're basically the same thing. Army just had to be special. So they have a CSP. And so some other examples of those would be HVAC technician. You can take 18 weeks and get certified for HVAC, electrical, plumbing, etc. So we were able to work with the folks there at the SFL TAP Center and create an internship. So right now, it's a 10-week internship, and I'll talk a little bit about those, the details of that in a further slide. And then the last component is education. So as we have all experienced with COVID this past year, our workshops were mainly online. So we did have several. Some were on just partnerships, some were on funding. If you have questions about those, we've got them all on YouTube. However, we are looking forward. We just had a sheep and goat small ruminant in Western Kentucky, and we do try to have different workshops throughout the year. For example, the March 19th, we will do QPR training, and we'll also have some high tunnel training there at the Robinson Center. So again, we're going to have several workshops over the next 2 years of this grant program. So here is just a couple of pictures. So we've had 2 successful interns this past year, or this past fall. So Sonia Farfan, she actually was able to work with UK Princeton Research Facility. Sorry, that's a little distracting. It'll stop now. So she actually is from California. She was transitioning out. She's actually exited the military now, so she's moved back. When she came to us originally, she just wanted to major in biology. But now, after working with the folks there in Princeton, she wants to do ag, like biotech. So, I think that's awesome. Her dad actually, he was a farm laborer in California, and so it's been really awesome to see. She was sending him pictures. She was in the combine, and he sent her pictures, and he was harvesting like pecans or almonds or, something very different from what she was doing in the soybeans. So that was really cool. And then Vanessa Farfan, she worked with Coal Creek Orchard, it's operated by an Army vet as well, and so that was part of that. There's some pictures from our Cedar Creek Beef Company in Shelbyville, are the event, and then we were able to participate in Public Lands Day. I got to hang out with Smokey the Bear and meet with several different transitioning service member families and veterans and their family. We do have monthly Zoom calls. As I'm sure we've all felt, COVID's made it really hard to connect with people. So while it's great, we've got lots of conferences between cattlemen's and sheep and goat and, third Thursdays, those kind of things. We wanted to have something in place in case the in-person events, we had to go back on lockdown. So we have created monthly Zoom calls. That's the second Monday of the month. You kind of come in when you can, leave. We have a topic prepared, but there's always room for discussions. We were happy to report that we had a gentleman from California. He's moving to Sandy Hook, randomly got our newsletter and joined the conversation and was able to get people to help him unload his U-Haul. So I was like, woohoo, we're creating a network. So that's another key component. So feel free to join. Share with those if you've got friends that are veterans, if they'd like to join, feel free to send those. So my contact information will be up there. I'll also be at our table with my colleague Spencer Gwynn, who's in the back there. And so the internship itself is 8 weeks. We are working with producers that are within 50 miles of Fort Campbell. We will be moving to Fort Knox. So if you all are interested in hosting, if you all would like, I would love to have an intern. Like I said, they're unpaid. So if they're still being paid by the Army, they're still under Army benefits. So they, willing to do hands-on labor, you name it. 8 to 10 weeks, they get 3-hour course credit through Hopkinsville Community College. And then if they are looking to start up a business, we can work with them through K-Card. So a little bit about K-Card is we work with ag businesses on business plans, financial projections, and grant facilitation. So if you do have questions, if you're looking to start a business, feel free to catch us there at the table. And that's all I have for today, unless we've got other questions.
I do have one other thing that I want to show you. We get offers from a lot of places for AgriBility, and Carhartt has sent me a couple of aprons. I pulled them out of the box, and I'm going, what the? A little bit large, right? Until you figure out that this is for somebody in a wheelchair. Okay, if you're in a wheelchair and you're out in the greenhouse or something, this actually has snaps that are right here, and you can shorten it up to bring these pockets up to your knee level. And then you can put all of your trowels and rakes and spray bottles and anything else you have in it. And they asked me to pass these out to people in wheelchairs and get their feedback. So even Carhartt is now trying to get in with the disability population. And I think this is absolutely wonderful. We tried it out with a couple of people that have been AgriBility clients, and they have sent back and said, why didn't somebody do this before? I guess we never thought of it. But, that, and it's Carhartt material. That thing's going to last forever. So the guy that has a poultry farm, he said that, he didn't have to worry about losing anything on his lap anymore. Everything that he had, his seeds or whatever his feed and stuff stayed right there on his lap. He said the chicks didn't fall off. He said it was really awesome for him. So if anybody knows a farmer who has mobility issues and does try to work from a wheelchair on their farm, I have a couple of them with me, and as long as they would send me back some feedback, I'd be glad to let them have one. Any questions? We also have one girl. She used to be Miss Kentucky Wheelchair, and she has developed a line of blue jeans that are made for people in wheelchairs. It puts pockets where they need to be. It puts your phone where it needs to be. So Mackenzie is an awesome person, and I can give you her contact if you'd like. Any questions? Any questions? No?
Thank you, Linda. It's always a pleasure to have AgriBility and the partnership that we used to enjoy with them, and hopefully in the future we will. Again, next on our agenda, and I'll let him do most of his introductions. We do have Mr. Brandon Washington, his 1890 Land Grant Liaison and Limited Resource Minority Farmer Outreach Specialist of Southern Sayre, and I hope I got that, the Southern Sayre part. So let's welcome him to the podium.
Good morning, everybody. How y'all doing today? How many farmers are in the room? Okay, my name is Brennan Washington, and I am the 1890 Land Grant Liaison and Southeastern Outreach Coordinator for Southern Sayre. Southern Sayre stands for Sustainable Agriculture and Research Education. And I'm going to get into what Sayre is in a little bit. It's kind of weird. My slides look kind of weird. So a little bit about myself. My wife and I have owned a farm above Atlanta since 2005. We grow a mixed variety of vegetables. Up until a couple of weeks ago, we had laying hens, but they stopped laying, so they're in the freezer now. I've done a lot of work with local food system development by serving on the boards of Georgia Organics and the Southern SOG, and I helped form the Georgia Farmers Market Association. What is sustainability? A lot of people think sustainability means that you're organic, and that's not what sustainability means. Sustainability means that you can continue to grow and prosper your farm year after year. And think about sustainability, think of it as a three-legged stool. You have economic sustainability, which means that as a farmer, you are making yourself a living wage, being able to do things from your farm income that everybody else can do. Send your kids to school, pay your insurance, pay your note for your land and all that other stuff. And these are just some pictures of our farm. It can also mean environmental sustainability. You're not farming in a manner that degrades your land, water, or air. So for example, we don't use any synthetic pesticides in our operation. It means that you're looking for products that can bring you a year-to-year income and allow you to provide for yourself. That's my wife with one of her tomatoes this year. It means sustainability means trying to grow things as a farmer that can bring you some extended income or some niche income that you would never have thought about. So when we moved to Georgia from New York, we were in zone 7A. Climate change is real because we're now in zone 7B. So we can grow things like citrus and stuff where we probably couldn't have grown it when we first moved back down to Georgia. And it just means taking care of your land, taking care of making sure that you're in sync with nature, that you have bees and you're taking care of both honeybee populations and native pollinators on your land. And that's my wife's gang of rogue chickens there. May they rest in peace. So sustainability means you can produce enough food, fuel, and fiber to meet the needs of today without compromising our ability to do so tomorrow. And so there's a lot of, sometimes people tense up when they hear the word sustainability. Large farms can be sustainable and small farms many times can't be. It all depends on how you're looking at your environment. So In sustainable ag, you use practices such as crop rotation, cover crops, rotational grazing, and locally adapted breeds and resistant variety. All in all, you're trying to really work with nature by focusing on biodiversity, soil health, ecological pest management, and water conservation. And by using sustainable ag, we want to use reduce the use of tillage and chemical and synthetic inputs. So what is SARE? SARE was authorized in the 1985 Farm Bill. You've heard NIFA a lot today. We are also funded through the National Institute of Food and Agriculture. We are primarily a grants-making organization, and we support sustainable agriculture practice through research and education. Once again, with those, they call it the 3 Ps here, but it's actually the 3 legs of the stool: sustainability, profit, place, and places. And our primary tool to help advance sustainable agriculture is through the use of research and education grants. So how we work, although our money comes from the USDA, we are not a USDA agency. Our money, Congress gives us a certain amount of money each year that then is distributed to land grant universities in 4 different regions. So that area in red, or it looks like it's orange up there, is the southern region. So it's 13 states, U.S. Virgin Islands, and Puerto Rico. That money is given to a host institution in each region. In our region, the host institution is the University of Georgia, in cooperation with Fort Valley State University and the Kerr Center in Oklahoma. It's, all of our programs are participatory and inclusive, and we are governed by what's known as an administrative council. So an administrative council basically sets the table for what SARE is going to do in our region. And that council is made up of people like you. I think out of our 25 administrative council members, a third of them are actual farmers or ranchers, of people actually working with the land. We have representatives from 1890 and 1862 research and extension personnel. We have some members from federal agencies such as NRCS. But the big thing is that we're very, very focused on farmers, and a lot of our research is driven by what farmers say they want. So for example, Southern SARE has funded the bulk of small, anybody here raise sheep or goats? No one? Okay. We funded the bulk of small ruminant research, sheep and goat research in the United States, primarily through funding through the 1890 universities, like Kentucky State. And Kentucky State has been a major contributor to this work. And there's $1 million research, 10-year research grant going on now that I think Kentucky State's part of, that's looking long-term at small ruminants as an income source for farmers. So they're looking at everything from parasite reduction to marketing, and the big thing that the farmers said is looking at processing. Processing is a problem across the country if you raise any type of animals in your small farmer. So to illustrate how farmer-focused we are, we're one of the few grant programs that give grants directly to farmers. Back in 2007, I didn't even know what the SARE program was, and my wife and I like to be at the niche end of the market. We wanted to grow stuff that we knew we can get a higher margin on. And whenever you go to the South, whenever you go to a farmer's market in the South, what kind of melons do you typically see? Watermelons, and maybe cantaloupes if you're lucky. But there are thousands of different varieties of melons, including some small European varieties, that I wanted to know why we couldn't. Everybody said, well, you can't grow those down here. And I kept asking why, and no one could give me a good answer. And somebody told me about the SARE program, and I'd never written a grant before in my life, and I wrote a grant and got $9,500 to do a 2-year test trial of growing these European varieties down here in the South. So that's what the producer grant program is aimed to do. A lot of people get flummoxed when they see the word research, but anybody in here who's a farmer, you are doing research on your farm. You may call it tinkering, you may call it trying to do something different or trying to solve this particular problem I have on the farm, but you're applying ideas and testing them on your farm. That's research. Our producer grants are awards up to $15,000 for an individual, or $20,000 for a farmer group, meaning 2 or more farmers, to do some self-directed research on your own farm. It's a reimbursement program, so unfortunately you have to lay the money out, but you don't have to lay it out all at once. And a bulk of these research projects, especially from the farmer side, is labor. So you can pay yourself, you can pay other people that's working with you as part of the project. So there's a lot of soft costs in these grant programs that you don't have to be worried about laying out a lot of money up front. You can be a full or part-time farmer. Unlike, say, a program like NRCS, you do not have to have a farmer track number. You don't even have to own the land that you're actually going to be doing the research on. We just need to know that you're going to have control of that land for the length of the project, but you won't be asked for a farm and track number. You won't be asked to prove that you own the land. We typically try to support historically underserved farmers, so farmers of color, women farmers, veteran farmers now, that typically haven't had access to these type of fundings. We don't pay you to actually farm. You can't apply for this just to pay yourself to do an actual farm. You have to have some sort of research project in it. You have to have, the regs call for us to say that you have to have at least $1,000 in documented income. I've been associated with the SARE program, first as a member of the Administrative Council, and then as a staff member for close to 10 years. No one's ever been asked to show that you have $1,000 worth of income. But that is a thing, and I'm sure if you're farming, that's not a big deal. And we could fund up to 2-year projects. That doesn't mean if you can't do a 1-year project in that time, but you can take up to 2 years to complete your project. And if anybody has any questions, you can just stop. Let's see. I'll turn this off. Okay, I don't know what's going on with the slide. The other grant that we do, I'll just talk, our flagship grants is called our Research and Education Grants, and they are, all right, I don't know, something's going on with this machine. Our Research and Education Grants are our flagship grants. They are typically accessed by, that's me, how'd I get in the slideshow? They're typically accessed by universities, nonprofits, municipal governments. You can get up to $400,000 to do a 3-year research program. A 3-year research program concerning, concerning any aspect of sustainable agriculture. So a lot of the small ruminant research done in the country has been done using these grants. You have to use a systems approach, meaning you look at the entire system. So, I want to go back to the goats. You're not only looking at parasite reduction, you're looking at how you're going to get that goat processed when you're ready to sell it. Producers have to be included in this, in the actual project. They have to give input, and they have to agree to participate in the project. So some of the samples that we fund, improving fitness in meat goat herds, using silver pasture, which is grazing your animals in between your stands of timber to advance agroforestry, food hubs and regional food systems, and cover crops and soil quality. Within that grant program, we have within the R&E, we have a separate program called the Education Grant. And this came about because we work with a lot of nonprofits in the South, and one of the things that they used to tell us is that we don't do research, we do education and outreach, but because you're putting that research component in there, you're cutting us off from your money, and we're the ones who carry the water for you in Washington to get your funding. So we decided to come up with this education grant, and it's for researchers, nonprofits, NGOs, community organizations can apply and get up to $50,000 to do a one-year educational direct farmer training. Now, there's not many grant programs, with the exception of the beginning Farmer and Rancher Development Program, that provides funds for direct farmer training. And that's what this program is for. No research is involved, and it's education-based programs that's going to benefit farmers and ranchers. So these are some of the samples we did. We funded a regional water conference at Texas A&M that covered water usage across the Southeast. We developed a cover crop website that eventually turned into the Southeastern Cover Crop Council. There's an organization down in South Georgia that worked on educational programs for black farmers around USDA programs. And then whole farm record keeping. We funded some urban ag projects, educational projects in Atlanta on how to make their urban ag farming practices more sustainable. So that's the type of stuff that we use for the education grants. Professional development grants. These are our train-the-trainer grants. So any organization that wants to train people around a certain area, you train people who are going to go out and train farmers. So it's usually accessed by nonprofits and land grants such as Kentucky State. Can be funded up to 2 years. There's no funding cap, but we typically try and cap them around 80,000 so we could fund as many as we can. These are some of the examples of the PDP grants that we've supported. And actually, the Third Thursday was originally the Third Thursday event that Kentucky State's been holding for, I guess, the last 20 or 25 years, was actually started through a PDP grant. I think Dr. Simon applied. If you're a farmer and you're interested in doing some type of research on your farm, but you just don't want to be the project lead, you're like, look, I want to learn how to grow, say, indigo on my farm. I think it'll be a good crop for me, but I don't want to set up the research project and do it. You can come to an institution like Kentucky State and say, I have an idea for this project, or Kentucky State may come to you, or University of Kentucky may come to you and say, we have an idea for this project around sheep or goat or cattle or this new type of tomato that's out. Can we use your farm to conduct the research? It's pretty much the same program as the producer grant program, except you're not the farmer's not the one leading the research. It's a third party, such as a land-grant university or a nonprofit. Once again, we always demand that farmers get paid for their time in these projects. So if, for example, Kentucky State came to you to do a research project and it was being done on your farm, one of the things we're going to look for is that those farmers are being paid. And for those of you who have children in school, we also have graduate student grants where they can get $15,000 to do their self-directed research on any type of subject that they want. We also started a program a couple of years ago called the Sustainable Agriculture Leadership Program. And what this program does is solicit applications for people who have played a leadership role in their communities in any form of agriculture. And it's meant to provide champions who are doing good work in their community with some funding to put on small projects in their communities. You can get up to $3,000 to conduct any type of educational or ag training in your particular community. Historically underserved farmers, farmer groups that have demonstrated leadership contributions, or NGOs, and it funds educational training activities, and it must pertain to sustainable agriculture. So we've done 2 cohorts of this program so far. We've had 14 people, and I think we've funded their projects to around $40,000. That program is open now, and I'll have my contact information. We're taking applications now for the 2022, the first cohort for 2022, which will start in January. And so some of the projects that people have worked on, there was a woman down in Florida who had somebody come in and talked about medicinal, what we consider to be weeds, how they're medicinal, and got people to learn about them and how they could be beneficial, and how you may be just killing stuff that you think is weeds is actually helpful for your body. We had, there's a young black female farmer in Georgia who's looking at bringing back fiber production among black farmers. So she raises hair sheep, she spins yarn, she's looking at trying to do a little bit of hemp, she's bringing back, and she's growing indigo on her property as a dye. She got her $3,000 and conducted a class with, for black women on fiber production. Another person, another organization in Atlanta, put together a sustainable ag classes for people who want to be urban growers. So that's what this funding supports. And like I said, we're taking applications now for the 2022, the first cohort in 2022. The other thing that we do as an organization is we don't like to send money back to Washington. Sometimes we get money back because a particular grant application, they don't use all their funds, or they don't go ahead and do the project. Or a big example with COVID is that we weren't traveling. So we set aside, for our organization, you know, we set aside a pretty significant amount of money to travel, and that money just piled up because we couldn't go anywhere. So rather than send that money back, no matter how we're getting it, we put it into 2 buckets. So one bucket that we put it into is travel scholarships under our PDP program. So anybody here used to go to Southern SOG? Or, okay. We used to fund scholarships through institutions like Kentucky State to get farmers to that conference. So it would pay for transportation, it would pay for lodging, and it would pay for registration at the conference. So one bucket of money sits over there, and that's run by David Redditch, but you could always ask Marion about that. I think he provided some money for this event today. The second way we do it is myself and a colleague get money for sponsorship support. And that's for conferences, field days, workshops, any type of event where there's going to be some education around sustainable ag. It has to be in the southern region. It has to serve farmers or audiences who serve farmers. You have to have an outreach component, meaning that you're going out and telling people about it, and it has to relate to sustainable agriculture. So you can do an event on your farm. Let's say you wanted to do I showed you some citrus trees. You wanted to do a class or a demonstration on your farm about fruit tree propagation. You can contact me and say, I have this idea for a workshop that I want to do on my farm. It's going to be about this. This is who it's going to affect. You fill out a form. We go over your budget, and provided we have the money, which we usually do, we typically fund it, and all you're required to do is just give us some sort of follow-up report on like who attended, you know, what the impact was. The other thing that we can use this money for, which we don't, is sponsoring, for example, when Kentucky State did have an in-person meeting, we would use it to help support that. And those type of things. Lately, a lot of this money, we've been having problems getting around because once again, people aren't having these type of events. Who knew what a Zoom call was 2 years ago? I certainly didn't. And I never thought I'd see a time when I go to a grocery store and there were no chicken wings. And we saw both of that happen over the last 2 years. So we've been putting a lot of money into helping people try to adopt this technology, to have these Zoom calls, and to have to try and reach and help farmers connect in other ways. One group down in Georgia, a cooperative down in Georgia, got some money and they started an online radio station to keep in touch with their farmers. So that's what this money is for. You can go to the website and just pull the form down, or you can give me a call and say, I have an idea for this educational event. What do you think? Is there some funding available for it? And the last thing I want to tell you about is our resources. We, as a result of close to 40 years of research, we have a ton of books on sustainable agriculture, a ton of information that's out there. You should go to our website for no other reason than just look at some of these books. Everything is free for download. We typically will, there's a small charge just to cover the cost of printing if you want a hard copy book. But the resources are excellent. Actually, we just put out a, Building Soils book we just revised, so that's brand new. And we also last year put out a Farmer's Guide to Legal Structures. So it's been vetted for most of the country. It tells you about LLCs, tells you about Chapter S corporations, and it's a really, really good guide to have. Especially it'll help you with estate planning and that type of stuff. So go there just to even look at some of these research projects. You can see what type of projects that we've already funded, just to get an idea of what we've done with some of the money that we're giving. My wife was fussing with me this morning because usually I'm on the road. That whole area I showed you in red, usually I'm traveling that area. And so I haven't been able to do that in 2 years. So I didn't bring any business cards with me. I got to get back in the swing of things. But that's my contact information. And hope to hear from you. I'm getting back into doing farm visits and stuff, so I'd love to reach out to some of you and come and visit. So, any questions? I was supposed to talk for an hour. I don't think that was an hour, but any questions? Yes? In education, yes. Yep. Yep. And once again, we're primarily a grants-making organization. So, the sponsorship money is not grant money. The actual grant programs, like the producer grant, they are competitive applications. The sponsorship money is not a grant like where you'd be competing with other people. So, any others? Well, thank y'all for having me.
And you'll be hanging around a little bit. So if you do think of any more questions for Mr. Washington, he'll be hanging around with us this afternoon, and feel free to approach him and ask what you need to. And that's true of any presenter here. So if you have questions, if you think later, oh, I forgot to ask Linda about some part of her presentation, please feel free. And we also have people that have set up displays, Kentucky Department of Ag. I'm drawing a blank on who else is out there. The Kelly Paget and the American Veterans Group. So we've got people for you to visit. We've got posters out in the front in the atrium. Please stop by and take a look at those and support our KSU people that way. We are ready for lunch, I believe. They're setting out the soup. So if you give them just a few more minutes, and then we can have lunch. And I know we're early today, but that means you'll probably get early. And that's always a good thing, right? So thank you again, and then we'll meet back here probably a little earlier, probably around 12:30. So thank you very much.
Hello and welcome to the third day of the Small Limited Resource Minority Farmers Conference and the final third Thursday of the year. We're glad you're here. We're going to be both remote and in person today, so we hope that you get to see some of your friends and get to learn some information while you're doing it. We are glad to have with us particularly a SARE representative because SARE has sponsored the third Thursday for over 25 years. Thank you, and I look forward to seeing you next year.
You want to leave the legacy to this hard work works. You want to empty the bucket every day. I mean, you don't want to leave nothing back. Give it everything you got, try as hard as you can, bring somebody along with you. So just help as many people, show as many people what agriculture is really about, and show people that look like us that it's not as hard as you think it is. Just come try. What we got going on here in Bonneville is we've got a 3-acre market garden, 3 high tunnels. We raise a mixture of livestock, mixture of vegetables, anything from collard greens to tomatoes to cucumbers, squash, purple whole peas, green beans. Livestock, we raise rabbits, chickens, beef cows, stockers, feeder pigs, sows, hog to finish. So a very diverse operation here so far. The core was in Hodgenville. My parents were tobacco farmers. As they got older and got to doing their public jobs, they allowed me to rent the farm. And that's when I started with, we had maybe a half-acre garden, and we was always more cows. So we had 10 cows or 5 cows, and a handful of pigs, just a hodgepodge of different things. And then slowly, you rented some ground. And then as you rented ground, the cattle production increased, and then the pig production increased. The passion is beef cattle. But as things have progressed, we're known more for our vegetables because that's something that's not done by typical farmers now are doing more row cropping. And so this is something that not a lot of farmers are in the market gardening. As time progresses, that's probably something that we're getting known for more. Our meeting, the gentleman from Kentucky State, he told us about vegetables. We got started in this vegetable thing, and once it got started, it was just a snowball. Every year you say you're not gonna get any bigger, but your customer base gets bigger. So then once we moved here, the vegetable thing just slowly got a little bigger, a little bigger, and a little bigger, and before you know it, we got 3 or 4 acres of vegetables, 2 or 3 H2A workers, and an 18-week market garden, basically. With Kentucky State, we've dealt with Steve Skelton on the chicken, rabbits. He's come on the farm and helped show us how to lay out different projects. We've dealt with Joni on the grant program 2 different times. We got our first high tunnel through NRCS, and I think it was 2014, maybe 2013. And then we've added another. This one was through NRCS, and then the third one was through a grant through Black Soil. Long term, when we started, you took everything to the stockyards. Now we don't take anything to the stockyards. Everything we sell at the auction is because it's an overflow. Our market, everything that we market, the way we pay our bills, is direct market to consumer. That's where we've changed the most. The thing we've seen the most is I went from being the youngest minority farmer in the group where all my mentors and all my peers were 30 years old. Now we're seeing people that look like me come back to the farm, people with having an interest. And so that's probably been the biggest change that I've seen in the last 3 to 4 years is guys from their 20s and 30s and women that are black or Hispanic that want to do farming again. So that's great to me. To think about the guys that I knew, I remember sitting at the conference looking at some of these guys and them being my mentors. Like, man, I want to be like him one day. I want to be like him. I want to be like her. Even like with the Millers, Miss Miller's a garden machine. You know, so seeing these people, and now you get to put your name with their name, it just makes me reflect on all of them that did stuff to help me get here. I mean, when you got a mother and a grandmother like I've got, it's great there. So, but farming, you know, if you know, they were my mentors on my character, how you treat people, how you want to be, you know, what to stand for, what not to stand for. But my farming mentors had to be Steve Graves and Billy Curl. When we started our meat business, it was kind of on a humbug, and I remember calling Steve Graves at the time, telling him what I was going to do, and he owned the butcher shop at the time. He was like, well, what do you want me to do? He said, you can butcher them, pay me later. I said, well, I don't have any freezers. Well, he said, I got some old freezers behind the building, so we were duct taping cords to these freezers, trying to get started, and he was right there beside me the whole time. And so, I mean, just stuff like that these guys had done for me. You hope that you can do half as much for other people as those two in particular did for me. Don't quit. Don't ever quit. I mean, you're gonna fail, but fall forward. You know, every time you fall, you're gonna be seasoned better for some more adversity. It's gonna be better tomorrow.
We were so pleased to award that to him this year. Next on our program, we're running a little early, but that'll be okay. We have technology for the farmer, software, equipment, practices, and more, and that's going to be presented by Dr. Budi Gawali and his team, and I'll let him introduce his people.
Hello, good afternoon. Good afternoon. Okay. I would like to welcome you all for this panel, Technology for the Farmers. We have, different presenters here in this panel with the different topics. They'll be talking about the projects that we have since last few years, funded by the USDA and NIFA. So the panel members are Ms. Cynthia Rice, who is our research associate. She'll be talking about the technology adoption project that we have from AFRI. She'll be especially talking about some of the insights that we received from different farmers during our focus group discussions that happened about a year ago. So they provided some insights, how they are using the technology, what they would like to see from KSU in terms of disseminating our technology that we've been doing. So she was gonna bring some human aspects of the technology adoption. And then we have Mr. Jeremy Sandifer and Mr. William Rogers. They'll be demonstrating the real technology that we've been using. You see the drone here, UAV drones, and how we've been reaching out to the different farmers. What are the utilization of this in terms of the managing the crops, detecting the health of the plants, and also for educational activities, how we are collaborating with different high schools and other to train them about this new technology that could be utilized not only in agriculture, but forest, pasture management, and the different aspects of the natural resources. And then finally, Ms. Whitney Maynard, she's our field research assistant. She'll be talking about our Appalachian projects that we have in eastern Kentucky with 7 counties. We've been looking into the impacts of the surface mining on the local environment, natural resources, ecosystem functions, and the quality of life. So she'll be using another technology, which we call the story maps, how we can put the different information that we collect from different, using the different technology, for example, the GIS, remote sensing, different images, and also some of the local, insights that we get from the farmers. So we can put that as a story map. So she's gonna show there, summarize our, progress that we've been making in the eastern Kentucky. So first, I would like to invite Ms. Cynthia Rice. Also, we have a survey for both projects, one in Appalachian and other one technology adoption. I hope most of you have it with you, so we really appreciate if you please, respond to this survey. You can take it home and bring it back in the next Thursday, or you can mail it to us. We really appreciate that. So, Ms. Rice.
Hi, I'm glad that I'm able to be here and discuss with you some of the things that farmers are concerned about. We had 6 total focus groups. Now, a focus group is not for us. It's for you to tell us what you want. Too many times people say, well, what do you want me to tell you? I don't want you to tell me anything. I want you to advise me on what you need help with. This is the survey that we have. Based on the 6 different focus groups we had, 2 of them was in person, the rest of them was virtual. We had stakeholders, there were farmers, there was politicians, there was local officials, there was parents. There were concerned people that said, hey, I don't know, you're the expert, what's out there for us? I've got problems with trying to water my animals. I got problems with tracking my animals. I got problems with trying to keep, my buildings heated. I've got problems with this and that. We can't provide training if we don't know what kind of training you're looking for. I could have 15 different workshops, but if you're not interested, you're not going to come. So things like the survey and the focus group, it lets us know, what do you want to know? What can we provide for you? What type of education are you looking for? Now what I did, I took all the information that they gave us and I broke it down into categories. Because until you know what kind of categories you're looking at, if I say technology, to you it might be software, to you it might be equipment, to you it might be getting a tractor out there and plowing and putting maybe some irrigation out there. So I need to know whether it's social media, whether it's limitations that you have with technology, whether it's dealing with agriculture or education about technology. So I broke this up to make it easier to understand what they're asking us to provide by way of education and knowledge. We got great feedback. And we encourage you, if you have a question, call someone at KSU. Talk to your local extension person. Say, hey, I want to know this. I've got this problem. Do you have an answer for me? As you can see the dates, February 27th, April 1st, April 23rd, May 27th, June 10th, and June 24th. These were not at the same location. They were at different locations in the central and eastern part of Kentucky. Now, if you look at these, you'll see social media, Facebook, Facebook, Facebook. The older generation appears to be interested in Facebook, putting the information out there on Facebook. I've got some feedback from some of the younger people that Facebook was okay in its day, but we're looking for new technology, new social media, new marketing through the internet, new ways of reaching out to people. So we're always learning what you want so we can get educated to provide training to you. Electronic business related. How many people love to do taxes? Me neither. How many people love to do documentation? Me neither. How many people know when was the last time you vaccinated your animals? When was the last time you irrigated your crops? When was the last time you checked and seen what the market prices were? When was the last time that you filed a quarterly or a semi-annual report for your taxes, for getting benefits from maybe a program you're involved in, whether it's NRCS, whether it's Southern SARE, whether it's Kentucky Department of Agriculture? When was the last time that you qualified for something? When was the last time you checked and saw, hey, they got a grant for this, they got a cost share for this, they have a workshop for this? Documentation helps in all parts of your life as a farmer. If you can remember everything you need to do, my hat's off to you, because I can't even remember what day it is sometimes. Issues. If you look at May 27th, I've got one line. Over 4 pages of comments on issues. They're saying, help, we need help. These things are occurring, we're not getting the help, we don't know where to look. It's because they let us have these comments, we know what to provide for them, tell them where to go, help them find out resources that will help them farm better, be sustainable, and be able to feel good about what's going on their farms. If you look at the April 23rd, takes common sense and book sense to operate. Now, my kids always tell me, Mom, you may have book sense, but you don't have any common sense. What is common sense? Common sense is something you learn. Pappy told Daddy, Daddy told me, now I'm telling you, this is the way you do this. You check at this time, you do this kind of things. We're missing a lot of generational information. We're missing a lot of things that new farmers don't know about. No one told me I needed to vaccinate. No one told me that you have to vaccinate chickens. No one told me this. No one told me that. There's over 75,000 farmers in Kentucky. And my discussion with the extension agents I've talked with, both UK and KSU, not more than 20% of the farmers in a county is discussing things with their extension people. That's 80% of farmers that are not getting the benefits of the resources we can help them with. Things like the survey is letting us know, what do you need to know? What are you wanting to know? If you look at April 1st, everything is driven to be delivered through email. Sadly, not everyone has email. We have to find out how you want to receive the instruction, the information, the education. Limitations. We had, don't need the internet to tell me how to operate a tractor. I don't need the internet to tell me how to go out and fix fence, or when my cows don't have a calf. I don't need the internet to tell me when to put my bulls in with my herd, or how to take care of cows. Stuff like that. That's stuff they're wanting a person to tell them, not go out surfing on the internet. So more training on some of the basic things because they did not have a father or a grandfather or a mentor. If you know something and you're a farmer, you have great mentoring potentials to other farmers. How time is spent. You see no comments. Most people said they had no time to spend. How many people know that in Kentucky, if you don't like the weather, wait a few minutes, it'll change for you? Reliable data on weather. What's it going to be like tomorrow? Do I need to mow today, or do I need to wait till next week? Is rain coming in? Is a storm coming in? You know, I'm not ready to pick my corn. You know, it's top heavy. You know, if winds are coming in and it's going to lodge or fall over and run, I may need to go ahead and get that done today and put today's stuff off to tomorrow. So there's a lot of technology. The Weather Service, NOAA, there's a lot of information and places they can go to find out what's short-term, long-term, what's the precipitation. If I'm going to be drying corn, I don't want to be trying to dry it when it's wet and raining outside. We need to help the farmer. Hey, look and check this out, what the weather's. Look and see what the precipitation is. Look and see what the ideal drying times and drying dates. Geographic. Has anyone in here used GIS? KSU people, put your hands down. How many people have used a map? A map is a form of GIS. It's paper GIS. GIS is taking a location and putting data or attributes with it. This is my farm. Here's my lake. Here's my pond. Here's my hillside, here's my cornfield, here's my pasture, here's where I'm growing fruit trees, here's where I'm growing my row crops, here's where my greenhouse is, here's where my barn is. All those are attributes in geographic information systems. It helps you determine, okay, on my farm, this has a north slope. I'm not gonna plant corn on the north slope. I'm gonna do it on the south or southwest because it takes a lot of sun. Okay, I don't want to put it in the south part because this has shallow soil. It's a deadpan underneath. It's only a few inches. Over here it's deep, so I'm making this my cornfield because it's going to grow better. GIS can help you determine what do I want to grow, where do I want to grow it, and what type of soil I have, so what kind of amendments I would need to use on it. Infrastructure. Well, I would use a tractor trailer to take my cows out, but the road won't hold a tractor trailer. So I've got to use a pickup and a cattle trailer and take it out. I've got to do this, I've got to do that, because I don't know about the infrastructure. I can't get on the internet out of my field and do an assessment of my field, see what my crops are doing, because I don't have internet access. Especially in the eastern part of the United States and the eastern part of Kentucky, the infrastructure for internet is not up to speed. If you're in an urban place, you can have internet and do all kinds of things. If you're out on a hillside in the Appalachian area, you've got hills and ravines and valleys, and those signals do not go through rocks. It takes money to put lines in. It takes money to do towers. If you do a tower, you're just doing line of sight, so the person that lives down in the shadow of the hill is not getting internet access. We need to do things better in Kentucky. New ag practices. Well, no one told me anything, so I didn't know that there's good agricultural practices. I didn't know I need to do this or need to do that. I didn't know. Automatic systems. Everyone seemed to love automatic systems. I can look on my phone and see whether or not my vents on my greenhouse are opened up so it doesn't get too hot. Mechanical versus new tech. Mechanical. Okay, I've got a harrow on the back of my tractor. That's technology. I have a robot that goes out in my field and it actually checks the soil temperature. It goes through and checks the ripeness of the crops. It goes through and sees how damp it is or whether it needs to be irrigated. Hardware. Anything that's not software. It can be a computer, it can be a phone, it can be a camera, it can be a tractor, it can be a plow. Anything that's not software can be considered hardware. Education. Kentucky farmers often have solutions to their problems and often share the results, but like extension agents, many farmers do not know where other farmers may be and how to interact for mutual benefits and learning from each other's experience. In other words, there's a lot of you out there that know things, but you don't know other people that need your knowledge. KSU is trying to connect farmers with each other. They're trying to put mentors with each other. They're trying to assist people to be better farmers, be sustainable, and to share their knowledge. Academic research and extension. Research goes out and tests things, look at things, try things, see if it works, and then they write up information about it. Extension agent takes that information and passes it to the farmer. Government sites, USDA and RCS, there's a variety of sites out there with free information. How are we meeting your needs? The only way we can answer questions is if you ask. The only way we can hear you is if you tell us. My name is Cindy Rice. My email is Cynthia, CYNTHIA.Rice, RICE, @kysu.edu. Drop me a line, send me an email. Tell me how I can help you. Send me a line and let me know what you're interested in so I can tell you what type of workshops we have going on that you might be interested in. Thank you for your time and attention. Tara?
Hello, everyone. Good evening. I'm Tara Maynard. Some of you may know me as Whitney Maynard. My mom decided to give me a few names to pick from, and I prefer to go by Tara. Today, I'm using kind of a different format to present and to tell you all about our research that we're doing out in eastern Kentucky involving surface mines and the surface mine reclamation, as well as these reclamated mines and what we can use for them. Yeah, I may need some assistance. My apologies. So I'm using a different method, kind of a more unconventional way of presenting. I'm utilizing a story map, and it allows you to have the capabilities to be a little more interactive as you are presenting your research here. So I don't know if you all can see that. I don't know if we can zoom in a little bit. Like I said, this is probably the first time that we've used this out here, so bear with us. All right, here we go. So since 1970, there have been approximately 21,959 permitted underground and surface mining operations in the state of Kentucky. So 19,511 are surface mines, while there's only 2,448 underground mines, and that's just since 1970. Right. So surface mining operations before the Surface Mine Control and Reclamation Act in 1977 were not documented, and many were abandoned. So over the years, the government, some folks in the Forest Service have developed what's called the Abandoned Mine Land program. I think some of you have maybe heard of this before. And so they're rediscovering a lot of these mining operations that have been abandoned prior to this 1977. So since around 1940, there have been 46,083 surface mines operations in the state of Kentucky, and 141,466 underground mines. So half of those are located in what's called our Eastern Kentucky coal fields. And the counties that make up the Eastern Kentucky coal fields, there's about 27 of them, and half of our mines are located just within the 27 counties. And that's quite a bit. So for our particular research that we're doing and we're starting out at, looking at reclaimed surface mine lands in Eastern Kentucky, we're focusing particularly on 7 counties, that being Pike, Martin, Floyd, Magoffin, Knott, Perry, and Letcher. And so just within those 7 counties, there's 12,441, and that's just in those counties alone. So in our 7 counties, and this map should load, it may take it a moment. I suppose we can take our mask off up here. Continue to scroll down, that's fine. And now I kind of want to talk to you about what surface mining is. What does the operation even look like? So get in your head, you know, surface mines are located on top of the mountains. They are, you'll also be, hear it be referred to as strip mining. I grew up in Pike County, Kentucky, and that's what we refer to it as, and we mostly rode dirt bikes and 4-wheelers up there. So what happens? And I want you guys to kind of look at this figure that's over here on the left. The acres of forest that cover these coal seams that the coal operators want to get to, all of that has got to be removed. So sometimes they'll allow folks to come in and log that and sell for profit. But once this forest is removed, it's providing species habitat and supports diverse ecosystems. So removing the forest creates a disruption in this ecosystem by destroying native habitats and creates a fragmented forest. So this consequently affects other species that utilize these certain areas of forest for migration, for access to find food and water resources. And the destruction of these forests create a loss of sequestration potential, so it's losing its ability to be able to extract that carbon and utilize it for energy. And it's also contributing to global warming. So again, as we look over here on this figure, there's another process. And they're still not able to get down to the coal to mine. So they have to remove the soil and rock that's above the coal seam there. And in this process, they're going to refer to that as the overburden. So that's going to be all the soil, all the rock, anything else that's above that coal seam. And so what they're going to do is they're going to take all this overburden and they're going to place it into a nearby valley. And what do you think you do when you place all that dirt onto the valley, right? You're covering up these headwaters. So if you want to scroll down there a little bit. All right. So the overburden, the first part of this, you have the top layer, and this is where you have your more nutrient-dense soil. That's going to provide important nutrients to vegetation and other organism that's within this soil. And it's important to produce a healthy forest and ecosystems. And then you have a bottom layer is also part of this overburden, and it's less nutrient dense, but it provides a medium for roots to kind of go down deep into the earth and prevent them from falling over. It's going to stabilize them, give them stability. So over here on the left, I don't know if anybody in here is from Eastern Kentucky. I know Tom over here. Is anyone else in here from Eastern Kentucky, Appalachian region? All right. Well, growing up, this image over here to the left, you see the orange streams. This is a very common thing that you run across just out hiking. And what is happening over here, it's increasing, it's providing an avenue for the valley fields to excrete the heavy metals and toxins directly right into the water. And it's going to go on downstream and affect other ecosystems. These surface mine areas also have an increase in runoff. And this is due because the soil up there is so compact, and due to the lack of vegetation, once it rains or you have a large storming event, it's just running right off and going directly into the streams, as well as the sediment load that it's carrying. As we scroll on down over here on the left, you're also going to see what a slurry pond is. Has anyone ever heard of a slurry pond? Yeah? Yeah? So basically what these are, again, this is up on top of a mountain, whereas people's homes are, down below. And what they do is they put these impoundment dams up to kind of prevent that water from breaking and causing flooding and others downstreams. But these have failed in the past. So in 1972, 125 people died as a direct result of these impoundment dams breaking. And some of you may remember in 2000, in Martin County, a dam broke and released 306 million gallons of contaminated slurry water. This polluted 75 miles of streams, and it was documented that the pollution killed nearly all the aquatic creatures, contaminated drinking water in 10 different counties, and caused flood damage in homes and damage to other structures. And you can see over here on the left, this one I believe was over in Varney, West Virginia, and this is flooding due to surface mining activities. We'll scroll on down here and talk a little bit more about what we're doing with our surface mine lands in Eastern Kentucky. So prior to the Reclamation Act in 1977, there was not many laws, rules, regulations for coal mining operators and owners to restore the land back to usable conditions for the landowner. So you have to remember, in eastern Kentucky, what typically happens is local landowners will lease out their land to the coal mining operators and owners. And once they're done with it, well, they want to be able to still utilize their land to possibly grow ag on, place high tunnels on. They want to be able to use their land effectively. So it was important that the Surface Mining Control and Reclamation Act of 1977 was created. And I'm going to refer to it as SMACA because that's a little bit lengthy. Over here on the left, I put this picture in here because I wanted you to be able to visualize and see how large these surface mining operations are. And if you even look a little further back, you see where you could still see the top more bare surface. That just extends and extends to other mountains throughout this entire region. So it's not that we have a few here and there. It covers eastern Kentucky, as well as parts in western Kentucky. And in Wyoming, there's a lot of heavy surface mines, in West Virginia. So what did the government require surface mining owners and operators to do? So they made a requirement and a prerequisite before they can even obtain a coal mining permit that the applicant must post what's called a reclamation bond. And what a reclamation bond is, guys, is it's basically this financial obligation that, hey, if you decide to bail out and not want to reclaim this land back to a usable condition, we're going to take your money and we're going to do it anyway. And so they also utilize the reclamation bonds to reclaim the abandoned mine lands that's been left prior to 1977, so like back in the 40s. And I know that some of you all have heard that there's been collapse of underground mines that they didn't even know existed. So there's a lot of those out there, and the government has done a good job at rediscovering these. If we want to scroll on down, I know that we're getting a little short on time here. All right, right here's good. So reclamation. So what is that? So it's the process of rehabbing and revitalizing the land, kind of restoring it back to a usable condition. And this is important, especially because, yes, these mine owners they're getting their money's worth from utilizing this land, but once they give it back to the landowner, it needs to be reclaimed properly and effectively so that the landowners and local residents in eastern Kentucky and throughout our country in these coal mining towns can utilize the lands again to their full potential. And we'll scroll on down here, and some of these during the reclamation process, they also have to be approved for the post-mine land use of the lands after they're finished mined. Some accepted ones that are throughout the United States, not necessarily out here in eastern Kentucky, is for prime farmland, hay and pasture, biofuel crops, forestry, wildlife habitat, and building site development. Now in Appalachia, in our coalfield region, the surface mine areas are usually reclaimed to a post-mine land use of forest, and this is due to the climate, the good soils, and the geology that provide these perfect conditions for growth of good hardwood forest. In recent years, coal mine owners and operators have been successful with implementing other types of land uses, such as the industrial parks and wildlife habitats. We'll scroll on down here, and there's some examples. So I did want to show you this. I was going to show you a video, but I don't know that we'll have time. This is an industrial park on reclaimed mine lands, and this is out in Paintsville, Kentucky. And this is put together through this Industrial Development Authority. So what they said was, all right, we have this one region out here in eastern Kentucky with all of this reclaimed mine land property that has good potential for industrial development. So what they have gone out and done is already made it kind of site ready for other companies to attract other companies and be able to immediately move in and build, whatever type of building or manufacturing company that they want, and already have access to the infrastructure such as water and gas, electric, anything that they could want that would easily encourage them to develop here in these areas. And we'll press that and go on to this little next image I have here. So out in Knott County, Kentucky, what they've been doing on reclaimed mine lands is they have been connecting different reclaimed mine lands throughout the region. And folks from all over have been traveling with their horses and their ATVs. And they have been traveling for miles and miles through these mountains and being able to access areas of the landscape that they probably wouldn't have had access to before. And we'll go to the next slide here. One that I do want to talk about, we do know the person who owns this. It's a mine-made park out in Knott County. This isn't the park itself, but I wanted to give you this visual of how large the surface mining operations are and how large these reclaimed mine lands are. So we have a large amount of land that we need to decide what is the most effective way that we can utilize this land, what's going to be best for the community, what's going to be best for the landowner. And you can scroll on down through the story map. I'll kind of skip the rest of those slides over. So there's also ecotourism, and then adventure tourism. I put this up here. There's actually several different golf courses that have been made and created on top of these reclaimed mine lands, and it's absolutely beautiful out there. It's really neat. And we'll scroll on down through the story map there. So again, why are we even interested in this? And what are we doing as Kentucky State University Research? So we're examining these landscape alterations due to surface mining activities and the impacts that it has on our environment and humans. We also want to understand the reclamation process that's involved with rehabbing. Are reclamation activities, are they effective? Is it really rehabbing the land to a suitable condition? Or is this just kind of not really nonsense, but in a way, we need that proof. We want the evidence. And how do we plan, or what have we already done as far as our research? So we've already began examining the different forms of surface mining driven landscape changes. So we've actually gone out with quite a large group and visited some different reclaimed mine land properties in eastern Kentucky. So we are also compiling and creating different imagery databases, and through the help of Jeremy and William, we hope to actually take some imagery ourselves utilizing drones and being able to process that ourselves. We also want to examine this methodology of surface mining operations, like I said, and the reclamation process. And you can scroll on down there. All right, what else are we doing? We're assessing the impacts of changes on the forest ecosystems due to surface mining as well as reclamation. And this is going to affect the species. We're going to look at the geology, topography, the climate. So we also want to look at the biomass changes. So what are the changes in the organisms? So the organisms that are in the soil that live there that help produce a healthy forest. As well as the vegetation. And we also want to look at the microclimatic conditions that are on reclaimed mine lands, because it's a complete alteration of the landscape. So could that affect our localized climate as well in the region? Could. We're going to look at the hydrology. So we want to take some soil and water samples out here. We want to see what types of heavy metals and toxins are within our water. Is it polluting our groundwater and streams? And if so, how much? And what are those negative consequences of it? And what can we do better? And 3, we also want to identify these current uses of reclaimed mine land property. So what are you doing on your reclaimed mine land? How can we share your story, your success of utilizing your reclamated properties? That way others may want to implement and utilize on their land. We want to find the many different ways to utilize the land to its best potential. And that's not only for the benefit of the community as a whole, but as the individual landowner. This could be possibly for like extra income, the revenue. If it's suitable to produce agriculture on, or is it better to have high tunnels and greenhouses? So there's already some pretty cool things that's going on in Eastern Kentucky, and I'm happy to be part with the KSU team to see how we can contribute as well. So thank you.
Good. All right, well, thank everybody for still being here. I was trying to look and see how many new faces that haven't heard this spiel already before. But even for the folks that are here, there should be one or two new things. We try to keep it just a little bit fresh. My name is Jeremy Sandifer. I work with Dr. Kowali's team, and I spend a lot of my time working with William Rogers. And predominantly, we use drone technology and other related technologies to serve different groups of farmers or different research groups. And we do a lot of education stuff. So not only are we trying to improve agricultural strategies and whatnot, we're also thinking about the future, young people that need to get engaged in STEM-based work and learn about farming and all the jobs that are connected to it that may not be exactly driving the tractor and planting seeds. So because of the uniqueness of this type of work that we get to do, we get to meet a lot of agencies and private companies that are invested in this kind of work. And we just try to bridge connections for the young people to just let them see it first off, and then secondarily get experience doing it. And then if they're into it, we'll find a home for them. So in general, without going too much into all the technical details, in general, it's geospatial data. So it's just data that has some location component. You see this in the wild all the time. A lot of you got here using maybe Google Maps or something like that. So the roadways are mapped out. Of course, all the administrative districts, counties, and parcels, and those kinds of things. And then lots of environmental data. So what kind of topography is there? What's the elevation? The kind of land use that may be permitted in that area. And basically what you're trying to do is just kind of create a digital representation of the real world. So before we go out to a site, before I go to a farm with Mr. Edwin, we'll already have a pretty good idea of what to expect before we get out there today and in the future. Because connected to this is this science of remote sensing. And this is basically what you do with your phone when you take a picture. But the government's been doing it since the 50s or the 60s with satellites and stuff. And today there are literally so many satellites up there. They're watching the Earth as a movie kind of all the time, right? So when they talk about change in the Arctic or deforestation, sea level rise, that kind of stuff, there's no question because we're watching it live, all right? So when whatever claim is made about what's happening on the Earth, you can just go check it, and in 5 minutes, you can see very clearly there. And so that's a record since the 60s of kind of the history of the Earth, right? And then this new technology that we're kind of sharing today is what is happening today, right? Because the imagery may not be available when you need it. Because NASA has some other plan, or European Space Agency, they have some other plan for the data. It just happens to be free because it's tax dollars, and we can use it to see some of the stuff that we're looking for. The drones, though, allow us to get that same data in super high definition and every time that we need it. And I'll just say, when you look around the room and you see everything in here, the differences between the things that you can see is a function of how it reflects light. So light's coming out of the bulb and it reflects off all this stuff. And based on its composition, that's what it looks like, right? And that's how your brain sees texture and it makes sense. Well, in the natural world, this is super important too. So all the light's coming from the sun, and how the surface of the earth looks is just a function of how it too interacts with sunlight. We know that plants absorb some of this light and use it for photosynthesis to make food. And anything it doesn't hang on to is simply reflected back. So the plants really don't need much green energy because they don't use it for photosynthesis. Therefore, it's available to be reflected. So when you see healthy vegetation, what color is it? There you go, somebody, thank you. So knowing this, what a camera does, you're just recording reflected light. That's what makes the picture. You know how much light is falling, so whatever doesn't return to the picture must have been consumed by the plant. It really is that simple. It can be measured, the technology can do it, a camera proves it to you. The same cameras on that drone, same cameras you have in your iPhone. Some of them are the same. But we have sensors, to make it short, special cameras, and it takes images that kind of look like this little red one here on the right. But that one's actually a near-infrared image. So near-infrared's very special. It's a little longer of a wavelength than red, so your eye's not quite sensitive to it, but the plants are very sensitive to it, and as they get healthier, there's this certain layer in their plant tissue that reflects this near-infrared energy. So if you look at that and you're looking at how much red is being used for photosynthesis, you can give it a measure of health. So on the left-hand side, that's like the real-time image. On the right-hand side, that's an index that's been created where the greener the color, the more healthy, more vigorous the growth. So in a given plot, you can clearly see differences between plots, right? So we can track those over time and knowing how they're doing. Even within the plot, though, you could look at the distribution of your individuals in there, right? So you could almost track individual crops. And satellites, because they're looking all the time, right? Every field in the county, we could track it. Every 2 or 3 days, we get another measurement. So over time, you get this kind of, this time series to show you the growth cycle of the plants. And of course, if you had this year after year, you have an idea of what you should expect. So in any given year, or for particular parts of the crop, you can see if somebody's falling behind or something like that, which would then start to indicate something. So anybody who doesn't look like everybody else, that's a problem, right? Everything should be green or brown or red or whatever it is, but anybody who looks a little different, it just shows up. And then we just try to bundle this in some usable format for the farmer who doesn't, do this type of work. We call that decision support system, and that's where we get some of the grant money that funds a lot of the work that we do. So that was just a quick dash of what the actual technology is. So we have these things, and we just love to use them, and it's all about taking pictures, in its most simple form. But it's supposed to serve people. So here I got just a couple of examples to show kind of our approach to finding constituencies of people who are into a certain thing that could kind of benefit from this kind of technology. And I have the 2 examples today here from the farm. So down the hill here is the organic section, and they grow lots of different things, and they have all kinds of experiments. There's all kind of treatments to those different plots, different seed varieties. Some of them have livestock on them some of the time, some of them don't. But they're looking at, in the long term, how this affects the growth of the corn or the hemp or whatever might be growing in there. So using the drone, what we do is we go out there multiple times throughout the growth cycle, and we can take a picture and make that index I was talking about, where the more green the color, the more healthy the plant. Here you can see very clearly, both in each time step, time 1 and time 2, the relative differences, even between the individual crops. And then you can just, take the numeric difference between the two, and that's a quantification of change over time. of this a real-time measure of photosynthetic activity, how much of the light that's falling on it is being consumed. Now I personally won't know what that percentage should be, but I can see what the entire plot has, and they should be the same because same variety, same seed, same all that stuff, but something will be different. And in these plots, they may have done something different to the soil. So they're looking actually for the individuals who may be responding in some way to what they've done. We don't know all the secrets to what they've done, but we can quantify what's happening, and then they make sense. Screen? Hey, Bailey, can we get help with the screen? This is really hard to do without the pictures. So in that same example, now the idea is forever over time, we're always capturing it. And then over several years, because some of their studies they do, they don't really know a treatment for just 1 year. You really need to see it over time. And what have they been doing for the last 100 or however long they've been doing this kind of stuff? They're just writing a lot of stuff down. And that's cool. But you just kind of have a note per plot. But when you have kind of the documentation, you have everything that is, and it can be stored, and then you can just return to it later, to ask more questions of it. So same place, same time 1 and time 2, but this time instead of looking at how productive it is, we're just looking at how much it's growing. Right? So some other stuff, maybe the volume of stuff that's growing is what's important to you. So that's what's constructed here. And again, you can just take the difference between the two, and you have an idea of how much the plot is growing, or if it's the individuals you care about, you can see them too here. You can imagine too, this works really well if you're like looking at hay, something over many acres, and you want to estimate the volume of biomass that comes out of there. This is that type of approach. Forgot I was even changing. All right, so that was the most common one showed. A little more detailed of a project, something's got a little more bones to it. So the goats out here, right here behind the way, there's also lots of different projects going on with the goats, and the questions, I don't know what their particular questions are, but as far as we're concerned in it, as the goats, it's a rotation project. It's a rotation project, and they have all these fields, and they want to know how the goats impact the grass over the long term, and they have different rotation lengths. So it's like a 4-day rotation, 7-day, 10-day. You rotation people would be more familiar with what they got going on. But anyway, so the question is, though, for these different strategies, because it's a homogeneous field, it should be over time doing the same thing, but if it's being exposed to the goats at some different rate, whatever the different days of rotation mean, how does that impact, how this stuff is growing? So the technology that we're using to measure all this stuff, in addition to the drone and the camera stuff I've been telling you, there's this other technology that is called LiDAR, but it basically just shines light, and you can record everywhere the light reflects, and you can just see the 3-dimensional structure of what's there. So you can imagine, we've been showing you the tops of trees, but this data penetrates through the canopy so you can see the internal structure of what's there. And so in a row crop situation, we can see internally. Monday, we're picking up a drone that can do this on the fly. So very excited about that. But that's the type of data it is. And what you do, you use it to just make a very high definition model of the terrain at your farm. That's the only point being made here. And the drone flies over the farm, takes hundreds of pictures, as you can see here, and the software just stitches them all together, right? And then just kind of creates these models that we keep showing you. And we've talked a lot about color. And in this image, we take it one step further, and we start to process or classify the image. So what you see here, all of the fields at the farm, if they're doing well, they're all green. They're all green. To the untrained eye, everybody's green, okay? But we know that the fields are going to be full of lots of different characters they're all green in some way, right? So we have another trick that we can do that it's still the same colors being shown. They're just represented using a different model. It's just used a different way to represent color. But what you can see here is in what used to be all green fields, look at the variety in each of those plots. Each color that you see there, with the exception of where you see clearly as a pond, right? That one doesn't count. But all the rest of them, they are simply different species of stuff growing in the field. So they had the UK, I believe, came and did a sampling of the field, and they identified the 12 or 14 different species that are all present in the field. We take that information, we make this type of map, we clearly can see the 14 different, obviously different things. I don't know what they are, but I can see that they're clearly different than this other type of species. From there, I work with the experts and I say, hey, what's this? And then after a little bit, we have them labeled. Now the software knows, the computer knows. So we've kind of trained it. So from here, we could start to feed it imagery, other imagery that has those same species in there, and in large part, it can be identified, recognized. So that's kind of machine learning that you hear about out in the wild a little bit. But all it is just a way to be able to quantify the distribution of each species type in your plots. And the question is, over time, as the goats are doing their thing, does it change the distributions that you see? And that's just a close-up where we're just highlighting where each color class corresponds to one of these species that are located in the field. Just to wrap all of this up, everything we've been talking about, it's consolidated projects, but they're spread across a lot of different grants. They're all research grants, but they all involve a heavy outreach component, which is us going to farms just to demonstrate this stuff, to show how cool it is, to get examples, put your farm up at the next presentation. And then of course, every grant has this education component. So for the high schools in your area, we do all these summer programs. We have our own internal summer program. We also create kind of geospatial assignment type stuff to go with the other programs. So there's so much opportunity to get involved and do this kind of stuff. Or to have us out to your place and just see what it looks like. Let's just make a map at your place, if nothing else. So that's it. I'm Jamie Sandifer, and as I said, William Rogers kind of works with me on most of this stuff. You want to tell him a little bit about what you have? He brought some stuff with him today.
So I'm William Rogers. I work here at the university. I brought some stuff with me. We have Phantom 4 here. That would be something that would be real easy for people to buy. We also have got a spray drone this year. This is our first year trying it. It worked really well for what we was trying to do. We was trying to spray corn. And what we found with it was that it was able to fly over and it would raise the leaves on the plants, and then you're spraying on both sides of the plants because most of your pests are actually under the leaf during the day. They're not on top of the plant. And then we brought another drone with us. Let me get it on right here. Would anybody like to fly it? Any volunteers? Because most of the time you all watch me fly them, and I was like, I'm going to bring one that the audience can fly. Come here, if you crash it, we'll put it right back together. Here's your drone that you're going to fly.
That's great. It won't cause no damage.
We're connected. We're going to take out. Anybody else like to try? This one? About 50, 60 foot, maybe. Anybody else like
You got insurance on that thing,
Hey, these things, on a side note, it's really great Christmas presents for kids. We use them for 4-H projects because the 4-H, the kids can fly. And when they crash, all that happens is the wings comes off. You just put the wings right back on it, take off again. I think they had one on sale the other day for $143. The person I work with has got one this size. And his 7-year-old boy has been wanting to fly it. He's like, he called me up, he said, I'm buying my boy a drone. He said, but I ain't letting him fly my good one. I said, well, buy him one of these. If he crashes it, he puts wings on it.
That's not a military drone.
Trying to shoot you, man.
I'm done. Anybody else like cooking?
If I could make one final connection that I kind of forgot to mention, these things are all work kind of as a unit. Check. I just forgot to mention one thing about eventually all of this is supposed to be integrated right into kind of one smart farm type workflow. So I didn't linger on it, but the first drone goes out to do the scouting and the maps.
What you use, like one this size, they make a.
Speaking of the mic.
Like he's saying, first you go out with like a regular drone, which would be one like this size, which is a lot of people has, or a Maverick, which will fold out. And what it does is you can go out, and like he showed you on the pictures, you're going to see a difference. When you walk through your greenhouse or you walk through your garden, what are you looking for? You can tell the plant is a different color. It looks sick. You can see it by a drone too. But you can also see it, let's say you was going all the way to the back end of your field. How long does that take you to get there? You got to open a bunch of gates. Now, all you have to do is take your drone, set it out, take off. You're already back there. You can look at your cows or whatever you're trying to look at, and you can bring it out, and it won't take you near as long. Because every time you have to stop and get out of the truck and go and open the gate, you pull forward, you stop, you go, and then you have to do it again on your way back. In this way, it is part of farming. This cuts out your gate opening if you need to. So
the point that I was trying to make for a second, the little drone flies and creates the map, so you see the condition. But then that information is what feeds where this thing then needs to travel. And once you've kind of done that for the software, you've identified what kind of the different variations in the map are. And then for each spot it's going to spray, this guy will already have some parameters, how much to spray, how much area to cover, whatever. So when the first drone creates the map, the software just summarizes what's there, gives this guy instructions, goes and does the thing. Same company builds robots that'll, can actually go and do some of the other manual tasks like the picking and the looking and all kind of stuff like that. So this is really just the beginning of it. Thanks, sir.
I was just thinking that as far as running some of the day-to-day operations on the farm, but also if you're doing like a YouTube channel or something on your farm so that spectators or any group that follows you could see what's going on your farm. And I don't know, that's why this is the question. The question is, wouldn't that drone wouldn't that drone be able to capture footage that you could use on that YouTube channel?
That's definitely the most popular use, just the videos.
yeah, there's a lot of people who uses these for the videos, because you'll see a lot of videos and you see a lot of them out in western part of the state and out in the big states where they're doing corn and soybean fields. You'll see them going through their combine and they flying the drone in follow mode over top of the combine while they're combining. So there you see a lot of them videos right now. People's out advertising that they're combining and they're got their drone out there, and you can tell it's a drone image whenever you can see it go over top.
And people love to watch it. People love to watch it. I've seen a lot of popular shows of just people driving on a tractor, talking about what I see, 50,000, vehicles.
We gotta walk closer together.
Any other questions or comments? If anybody's interested in having us out to your place and you're relatively close, just call us up. However you got here today, call that person and, let them know that you'd like to see us. Cindy?
I think you're gonna try and sell them for 15. But the big sprayers, a lot too. Yeah, I think they're going. So there was a company here in Frankfurt built this for us, and I think they was going to try and price it right around 15 is what they said. But it's having a big sprayer will cost you a lot of money too, so it's one of them deals. It's a trade-off. We had 4 plots out here. It was 1/8 acre apiece, and I had them flew in a little under 9 minutes. Where you wouldn't have been able, if you had a bigger sprayer, you'd had to try to get the tractor to each one and spray them. Where with that, I took off from one spot and I just walked where I could see it, and I had them all sprayed in a little under 9 minutes. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. Hi, I'm Linda Brown Price with the Kentucky State Family Consumer Science Program, and this is?
My name is Chandra Doremus, and I work for Kentucky State University as a Family and Consumer Sciences Extension Agent in Hardin County. And today we actually have a table set up front. There's a poster. We're doing a poster on disaster preparedness for families and preparing for emergencies. And we have some tip sheets for you on how to prepare for an emergency. But we also have a raffle ticket, or we have a raffle going. And Miss Linda here has some tickets that if you would like to enter our raffle, you have the chance to win either a emergency kit, and we also have a weather radio up for grabs. So she's gonna come around, and if you would like to participate, all you have to do is fill out your name. Doesn't cost you anything, and you can have a chance to win. So that's all we have for you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Who doesn't like to win something? I like free stuff. If you need a pen or a pencil, see my table out there, and you can take a pen off of there, and that'll be fine. We have another segment this afternoon with Dr. Carolyn Oldham from the University of Kentucky and Edwin Chavis and Trevor Claiborne from KSU on agricultural community QPR for farms and farm families. But right now, while they're doing the raffles, let's take a little bit of a break, and you can get your raffle ticket and go to the restroom if you need to, and then like about a 5 or 10 minute break, and then we'll come back with Dr. Oldham and Edwin and Trevor, and we'll resume. So we'll be back here in a few minutes. Oh, one other thing is the vaccination clinic that's supposed to start at 2. I think they're running a little behind. I don't see Dr. Young in here. She called them. They are coming. But they are just running a little bit behind, and they will be here and will provide back. Kentucky, Edwin and Trevor from KSU.
Hi, everyone. My name is Carolyn Oldham, and I'm the Director of Continuing Education at the Central Appalachian Educational Research Center, which is one of 2 NIOSH CDC-funded centers at UK. And I'm really thankful for Edwin having me here today to team with him up on presenting agricultural community QPR for farmers and farm families. Now, the purpose of this presentation is to really address what's becoming a growing epidemic of suicide. And when we talk about suicide, we need to remember that not everyone that is in crisis is necessarily having a mental health issue. Not everyone that is having thoughts of suicide. It comes down to really 3 things, according to current theory. The first is a sense of belonging, a lack of a sense of belonging. The second is a sense of burdensomeness. And the third is an increased tolerance for pain. So when we look at the fact that we have an aging farm community, we see that we have a lot of older males who are in general at higher risk for suicide. I'm a survivor of suicide loss. I lost both my father and my father-in-law to suicide. That's not how I came into this work. The work kind of found me. And I want to note that this is part of an initiative that's been funded through the state legislature to address this issue. 2 state appropriations, which were advanced by Representative Brandon Reed, have created an initiative called the Raising Hope Campaign, which are those bags you have in the center of your table. And partners on that include K-State, UK, University of Louisville, Murray State, and Western Kentucky University. And your own Dr. Marcus Bernard is also working with us on developing a peer-to-peer mobile app for just-in-time mental health services for farmers. So without further ado, I would like to say actually inside your bag you'll see that you have a QPR booklet. It's a license program. We're going to be talking to you about this today. You can use it on anyone. It doesn't have to be a farmer. And you're going to see a flyer on what we're doing with agricultural community member health. If you're interested in bringing any of this to your community, let me know. You'll also find a lifesavers guide. We ask that you do fill out the log that's being circulated because the state is evaluating our breadth of reach. And so fill out the log, and at the end of the presentation, please fill out the evaluation form and just turn it in up here if you wouldn't mind. So thank you so much, Edwin.
Thank you, Dr. Oldham. My name is Edwin Chavis, Small Farm Area Agent 2 here at Kentucky State University Corporate Extension Program. You just heard from Dr. Carolyn Oldham. She will be presenting today, and also my colleague, Mr. Trevor Claiborne. He's a small farm assistant in the Corporate Extension Program. Also, Mr. Claiborne is designated as the emotional assistant. So if someone gets emotional during this presentation, Mr. Claiborne, please raise your hand. This is part of the curriculum that we have somebody designated. Okay, so again, welcome. And this is a face-to-face session. As I said, Mr. Claiborne is the area small farm assistant, and he will be in the hallway and right here. So if you have to leave and you get emotional, just let Mr. Claiborne know. Okay, the issue. Alarming rates of stress, depression, and suicide among production farmers. I want to get that video going. And to get this training going, we're going to watch this short video, How Farmers' Mental Health Crisis Impact. Okay, now next we're going to hear from Dr. Olam. Is it going over again?
Thanks. So I want to speak briefly about why addressing farmer mental health and risk of suicide is different than it would be someone of a different occupation. So first, the objectives of this entire lesson, we basically approach this as there's a standardized licensed QPR training, and then we're also talking about, how to address this issue with specifically farmers. So the objectives of this lesson are basically that you recognize that there are multiple cultures found within farming, right? And we can reside in more than one culture as individuals. But we also want you to understand that culture impacts the way we approach health, our health behaviors, and our health beliefs. And lastly, we want you to understand how this might then change the way in which you question, persuade, and refer someone to care, right? So the obstacles that I might see based on, my upbringing, my culture, to pursuing mental health care might be very different than from someone from a different country or a different community, even within the United States, right? So culture influences perceptions of health, illness, and death, beliefs about what causes disease. You think about different cultures where people believe that what causes disease is not something that's biological, but something that's caused by spiritual forces. That would be an example. How someone approaches self-care. An example of this that we're going to address in speaking briefly about farming community is the concern for privacy sometimes. In smaller agricultural communities might be a reason why someone might not go pursue mental health care services. And how pain and illness are or are not expressed. We know that oftentimes within our farming community that mental health issues are sometimes communicated as somatic issues. So issues affecting the body, the stress. You might complain about a backache or a heart racing when it's a mental health issue. All right, so first we like to say that, we go into this in greater detail when we give the full-length presentation, but this is an abbreviated presentation today. And we just really want to note there's a multiplicity of cultures found within every community. Oftentimes you hear people talk about farming as every farmer it's a one-size-fits-all, that everyone's the same. And so we want to acknowledge that not everyone's the same, right? Everyone is from different, based on maybe what you harvest, what you grow, or where you're located, or your gender, or your generation. All of these kind of affect the way that you approach healthcare. But overall, if we look at farmers as a whole, and you can agree or disagree with all of these, but we say that farmers have a strong work ethic, right? And that they are independent and self-sufficient. I am not from a farm family, but one of my friends who I present with this, I presented at least umpteen times with her. She'll refer to how her father didn't want to go get help from a neighbor in fixing a tractor, so she and her sister were carrying large equipment or large parts to the tractor rather than going to get the neighbor because her father didn't want to bother the neighbor. So, in terms of taking care of yourself and the land, you do it based on, yourself and your family. Resistant to change, again, that could be something that, is changing, but traditionally farmers hold very traditional values, and changing kind of farm operations can be difficult too, right, in terms of cost or in terms of the ways we think this is the way we always did it. Faith, overall, farmers are very faithful, religiously oriented and optimistic. Optimistic by means that you believe in that tomorrow's going to bring something better, otherwise you wouldn't be farming, right? And oftentimes we see that the land is really tied to the sense of self-identity, especially if it's a multi-generational farm. I'm thinking of the history of generations tied to that land, and also all the blood, sweat, and tears put into the land too. So all of these things come into play when we're talking about not only things that might lead a farmer to be in distress, if you think specifically about losing the farm and how that's tied to your self-worth and identity, but also in terms of pursuing care. And so if you think about, if I'm talking to a farmer who might be in distress, knowing that perhaps, I know this individual, you need to know the individual specifically. Of course, one culture, you can't label someone's culture or say that all farmers are one way, as I said before, but faith might play a big role in this too. So directing the person towards care in the church. And then we also think about someone who has a strong work ethic and how that might approach how that might be a barrier to them accessing mental health care too. If you think of in terms of, I can't get away from the farm because I have so much to do. And thinking about that drive to the mental health care practitioner might be multiple hours away from the farm, so that might be a barrier. So I just want you to keep these things in mind as we move forward. So unique factors that contribute to farmer stress. Well, as you know, they usually work and live in the same place. And for those people who aren't a farmer like myself, we've experienced that during COVID, and we know how that led to a lot of stress for the general US population and just global population. Long hours of work, right? And if you're working on time, that means no rest. So how does that affect your mental health? It's physically demanding, and we think specifically, as I mentioned earlier, about those three things that lead to high risk for suicide is that sense of burdensomeness. So what happens when an older farmer can't handle the physical demands of the job as well, and how does that impact their sense of feeling like a burden on the farm or being able to help out? Unpredictable income. There's a lot outside of farmers' control, right? The weather, crop disease, government regulation, what the markets are doing. All of these things add additional stress and impact the farmer's mental health, as many of you know. And then we also think about the off-the-farm job. Many people have more than one job. It might be for insurance. It might be that the farm is what they do after their 9 to 5, for example. And so that is additional stress as well. And we think about isolation too, so that sense of belonging that I addressed earlier. Oftentimes farms are located geographically away from everyone else. Maybe there's no neighbor nearby. Also, we think about occupational and social isolation. What we're hearing from a lot of Kentucky farmers is that they don't feel appreciated. That people don't know where their food's coming from anymore, and that people don't realize all the blood, sweat, and tears that goes into producing this food. So again, that sense of belonging is also at risk there as well due to that social and occupational isolation. So barriers to care, I'm sure many of you are familiar with this. Lack of providers is a huge issue in Kentucky, no matter where you're at, even if you're in an urban center. So lack of providers and lack of transportation time, right? How do I get away from the farm? I've got so much to do. I don't have time to get away. In some cases, telehealth has helped with that a lot, but we also have issues in terms of, internet access and strong enough, broadband as well. in terms of a close-knit community, it can be a really good thing, but it can be a deterrent as well to pursuing mental health care in that, if I drive my car down the street, who's going to see my car parked outside the psychiatrist's office or, even the doctor's office? What are people going to say? Are they going to start talking? Stigma, there's a lot of stigma surrounding mental health. I would argue that mental health is the same as physical health. My father-in-law was a psychiatrist, and when we lost him, you could tell that there was a very large difference between his brain functioning in terms of scans. So I really hope that we're getting to the point now where we see that they're one and the same, that mental health and physical health are the same. And in terms of isolation too, right? Getting away from the farm, how do I get to a provider? Those are all barriers to care. So we need to keep all of these in mind. Okay, if I'm helping someone that's in crisis, how do I help them overcome these barriers? Again, everyone's barriers will be different. Everyone's approaches to healthcare will be different, but these are some lenses for you to use when you're engaging in conversation with a friend or farmer. So we encourage you to keep these aspects in mind as we go through the licensed QPR training. QPR is developed by Dr. Paul Quinnett out of Washington State University. There's some things that haven't been updated in the slides, so I'm going to be remarking on those as we go through them. These were produced in the 90s, and research has found there's a different approach now to some of these recommendations. All right. So QPR is not intended to be a form of counseling or treatment. This is for lay people. I am a trained educator. I'm not a trained psychologist or social worker. It's intended to just be 3 very useful steps for anyone to engage in conversation with an individual in crisis. It's intended to offer hope through positive action. I've also been trained in some intervention techniques that I'm going to weave into this because you never really know when you're encountering someone where they are in crisis. So they say that the window of crisis is usually 4 to 6 hours. So you don't know if you're meeting someone right before that window, in that window, if it's prevention or intervention. QPR is prevention, but I'm going to tack on a few things here just to provide you with some more insight into how to help someone. So I'm not going to read through all of these, but what I would say is looking at the first one, that we have a lot of myths surrounding suicide. We've had myths since the beginning of time about that kind of stigmatize the way we approach suicide. And the first is that it's a private family matter for close friends of the person in crisis. And what I would really tell you is that suicide is everyone's business. I know that and the mental health of our community members is everyone's business. For every one suicide, 135 people are affected. Okay, so if you think about that, this is Dr. Julie Searle's research. She's the past president of the American Association for Suicidology, which sounds like a crazy club to belong to, right? But she's done a lot of fantastic research. And for every one person that suicides, 135 people are affected along a spectrum of long-term bereavement, which would be kind of my case of my stepfather and my father-in-law, to exposure. So exposure is like maybe someone in your dorm in college that you knew years later, took their life. Maybe Robin Williams, for example, a lot of people were touched by his suicide as well. So, and I think a lot of that news about that college friend that you've lost touch with, or Robin Williams, can still, you carry that throughout the day. And so there's trauma that's carried that ripples throughout a community, and there's also contagion effect as well, we know, with suicide. So it's really everyone's business. And what I would argue as well is that when you have someone's health in your best interest, that should come before any concerns about, privacy. And I don't mean it by terms of HIPAA, I just mean that sometimes people are reluctant to talk to other people that are surrounding an individual in crisis because they don't want to feel like they're gossiping. So I would really tell you and encourage you that you're not gossiping when you have someone's health in best interest. And maybe it takes a whole community to get the full picture of what's going on with the individual. And it also takes the whole community around an individual to support one another. Because it'd be really lonely and really confusing and kind of scary to support an individual in crisis by yourself. Confronting a person about suicide will make them angry and increase the risk of suicide. It's actually, research shows that it lowers anxiety, and if you think about it from the fact that a lot of people are looking for that sense of belonging, that's one of the indicators, that if you are able to encourage and open up dialogue with someone, it lowers their anxiety and also makes them feel like they belong and are understood a little bit better. Only experts can prevent suicide. Actually, research shows that hotlines that are lifelines that are manned by non-professionals and professionals are just as successful and effective. Most suicidal people do communicate their intent sometime preceding their attempt. I would say that some of these are behavioral clues or situational clues. I would also say that hindsight is 20/20. So if any of you out here are loss survivors like myself, I would encourage you, to be gentle with yourself. I was giving a training this morning with some individuals at Central Bank, and there were a lot of loss survivors on the call that felt a lot of guilt. And what I can say is that, again, hindsight is 20/20, and just to be give yourself some grace and to take care of yourself. And I would also say that the state says that suicide is generally preventable. And so I would argue that there are some cultural and systems-related issues, infrastructure that need to be changed in order to make that really true, that suicide is preventable. So any positive action can save a life. So first we're going to go over some warning signs and clues. So direct verbal clues are pretty clear, right? Someone just coming out saying directly, I'm going to end it all, I'm going to suicide. What I would say about this is oftentimes when we hear these, we kind of brush them off and think, oh, this person's attention seeking, but you just really need to take every verbal, anyone that communicates any of these thoughts directly, you need to take them seriously. I know that recently, growing up, I'm a child of the 80s, we used to make a lot of jokes about this stuff, or just say things kind of flippantly, and I know that part of what I found with my own kids, who I've been hearing some of this talk come from the playground with these type of thoughts, and I've tried to address it at the school level, just through teachers, just saying my work, and I make sure that the kids aren't talking this way, because when someone says this, we do take it seriously. So if they're not, it's not a joke. Indirect verbal clues. My family would be better off without me. I won't be around much longer. Pretty soon you won't have to worry about me. My stepfather is one of those cases where we did everything that we could have done, but he did make some of these comments. One of the indirect, I guess it could be considered direct, but he made a comment about he had taken my daughter out shopping, and he had said, well, I want her to have some things to remember me by. And he was always someone that did things for shock value. And so I didn't really take it as seriously, although I did later on, and did try to get him help. Comments like that are things that you really need to tune into. So behavioral clues. Any previous suicide attempt, you're obviously at a higher risk. In fact, people like myself who have lost someone to suicide are also at a higher risk. Anyone that's acquiring lethal means and ways, like obviously farmers, you guys are going to have guns around the home. Just suddenly acquiring them, and you notice some of these other behavioral things going on, you want to kind of tune in and see what's going on. Putting personal affairs in order, or giving away prized possessions, those were things that I kind of noticed, my stepfather doing in hindsight as well. Sudden interest or disinterest in religion, right? Getting angry with God, and talking about, the afterlife could give you some insight as well. Versus suddenly trying to get everything in order with God beforehand too. So you know that they're thinking about the afterlife in a way that's really immediate. Drug or alcohol abuse, insomnia, and any sort of neglect. Okay, neglect of the farm, of hygiene, anything, you don't see them at the places they used to be at, neglect in terms of friendships or relationships. They mentioned farewell notes here, and there's a lot of varying statistics in the literature, but most people don't leave a farewell note, so that's not going to be a clue that I would take as being the be-all, end-all for me to engage in conversation with someone. Situational clues. So really it all comes down to loss, okay? So if you think about loss of someone close to them, loss of the farm, loss of crops, loss of financial security, These things are all where you need to kind of, open your eyes up, open your ears a little bit more, and start to engage this individual in conversation. In addition to that, extreme weather conditions with a farmer. If things have just been really hard that season, checking in with them, how are you doing? So these are all things that, should get your eyes and ears open. So in terms of, we're going to go into how you engage the individual in a second, but if in doubt, don't wait. You want to engage the person in conversation. If you're unsure about how to engage a person in conversation, you go to Edwin. He can help counsel you. There's also some resources I'll talk to you about that can help you. If you feel, we were at a conference over the summer at Farm Bureau, and a woman came up to me and said, I'm really concerned about someone, but I don't feel like I'm in their inner circle. How do I engage them in conversation? Or I don't even feel like it's appropriate for me to. And I said, well, do you know the people that are in this individual's network? You can reach out to them. That's not gossiping. That's out of severe concern for someone. Had my stepfather's family, his brother and sister and mother, they were all from a farm family, and they didn't really talk a lot about these things. And had we sat down and talked, we would have had a fuller picture that we didn't have until after he passed. So talk to the person in a private setting. Give them enough time. If they're reluctant, be persistent. Persistent doesn't mean pushy. Persistent just means, you continue to address the person. Give yourself plenty of time and be prepared with referral information, which we're going to give you, and you also have either in your bag or in your hand. So asking the question is more important than how you phrase it. There's some less direct approaches. So maybe you don't know the person very well. You need to start off less directly. So you can say, hey, have you been so unhappy lately that you've been thinking about ending your life? Maybe you don't start off with that, but maybe you say, hey, how's it going? I noticed that things have been rough. I noticed, you're not showing up to church as much. You notice all these situational clues. And then, hey, how you doing? And he says he or she say they're unhappy, then you can engage in that conversation. You've been so unhappy that you've been thinking about this. Or, hey, I attended a QPR session. I found out that when someone's having, these sorts of things going on in their life, that they might be thinking about it. Are you thinking about it? Okay, a direct approach is actually saying the suicide word. Saying the suicide word will not make them want to do it, will not push them to do it. You need to be clear about this. So it sounds like you're going through a hard time. Have you been having any thoughts about suicide? Okay. You'll notice in the back of your booklet, this QPR booklet, there's actually a wallet card you can put in your wallet, and it actually goes through these steps as well. The way not to ask the question is, you're not suicidal, are you? The reason you don't want to ask it that way is it comes from a place of judgment and also wanting to protect yourself, right? You're protecting yourself because maybe you're scared of engaging in the conversation. Someone says yes, oh my gosh, what do I say next? It also comes from a place of judgment, right? And also, it's a yes or no question, so it's really easy to say no and to stop talking. So we went over Q, questioning. Again, how you ask it is just coming from an empathetic place. You can ask indirectly through, hey, I was at this session, you seem unhappy, I'm worried about you, and then build up to have you been thinking about suicide. Or you can ask, maybe it's multiple times that you've engaged in conversation with someone, you've seen multiple clues, you just need to be direct. Before I go on to the P, which is persuade, I do want to talk to you a little bit about this intervention piece, right? So the methods that you'll use to persuade and where you will refer them to care has to do with where they are. So are they in the moment of crisis? How you know is by asking this additional question. Is if they say, yes, I'm having thoughts of suicide, is do they have a plan? Okay? So if they have a plan, then again, keeping in mind that that's a 4 to 6 hour window, what you can do is you can sit with the person. Sometimes you can't get in to see someone in 4 to 6 hours. Hopefully you can get into someone at a church if there aren't any medical resources available. There's also the National Suicide Prevention Hotline, which you have that number, but sitting with that person for 4 to 6 hours, okay, is that window of crisis. If they have a plan, you ask them what the plan was, and you remove them from those lethal means. Now, I've heard from some farming communities that I've presented to that, that they don't want their guns taken off their property. And if that's the case, then you separate them from the guns. You say, hey, why don't you come to my house and spend the night? okay? In some cases, it's medication. We find that guns are used more often by older men, and that there's medication or alcohol that's used by women, a combination of medication and alcohol. So with medication, you want to check in with them and see if it's something that they need. If they need it, you can help dispense it. If they don't need it, then you want to take it away. Something to keep in mind with someone who has a co-occurring alcohol problem is taking away alcohol is not always the best idea if they have an addiction issue, because that could have other issues. So I would encourage you to contact one of those resources, which it's called NAMI, which I'm going to go over with you in a second, because they can help you kind of help that individual make the decision on how to keep them safe. Okay, so I don't like the second point. It says suicide is not the problem, only the solution to a perceived unsolvable problem. Hey, sometimes in life there are unsolvable problems, right? If a farmer loses their multi-generational land, that is not perceived problem. That is an objective problem, right? So I would say that here that, we really want to guide these individuals that are in crisis to finding their own version of hope. We cannot fix things for them. What we need to do is engage them in conversation, and we can persuade them by engaging them in conversation until they get to a point where they find some sort of hope to latch on to. Okay? So we cannot so much offer the hope to them is we can engage them in dialogue until hopefully they get to a point of hope. An example of that might be, somebody that's in crisis that lost their job and might be really focused on the fact they lost their job. And maybe through conversation they say, the only thing that's keeping me is, I'm not sure I can do this to my kids. You say, hey, let's make a plan. Let's get you to some, it sounds like your kids are very important to you. Yes, they're important to me, right? You're confirming that that's important to them. Say, okay, well, let's see if we can get you some help. All right, so the two methods of persuasion, there are 3 points up there. The third one we don't use anymore. They used to be called in the professional community, they were called suicide contracts, and we don't use those anymore. So if somebody is in a state of crisis, you actually say, will you go with me to get help, right? So they have a plan, you're going to get help, and you're going to get it now, right? Whether it be through calling somebody, through separating the lethal means, of course, or getting them into their family practitioner. That's what you're going to look at those resources I'm giving you, you're getting them help. And so it's directly to help if the person has a plan. Will you let me help you get help? Maybe there's, that person's not in a state of crisis. You make a plan that you're going to help them look for resources. You're going to go back to these materials I provided. You're going to help sit down and kind of figure out some of these tricky insurance issues, which are barriers, maybe, and make some calls. That's a second method of persuasion and referral. Okay, so the refer process, again, it parallels that, right? Who you refer them to if they're in a state of crisis is going to be different than someone you refer them to if they're more in that prevention zone, right? Where they're thinking about it, but they don't have a plan. NAMI is the National Alliance for Mental Illness. Oh, I said the word mental illness, and I know sometimes people that I've come in and talked to about this say, I am not referring one of my friends to something that has mental illness in it, right? But what I will say is that this is a great organization that advocates for mental health, okay? And if NAMI is an issue, you just say NAMI, they don't know it's mental illness in it, okay? But it's a great resource. And the reason why I say this is it's a resource not only for the person in crisis, but also for you, the helper. Okay, so there's, in your PowerPoint, you'll see all these different resources, and this is one I encourage you to look at, because it can be really intimidating to try to help someone navigate their way out of such darkness, and NAMI's there to assist you. Okay, and so like I said, the first is taking someone to care if they need it, right, if they're in the moment of crisis. The second is working with someone and trying to help them find resources if they're not in the moment of crisis. So remember, all efforts to persuade someone to live instead of attempt suicide will often, most often be met with some agreement and relief, right? Because we got that sense of belonging going on, and we got that sense of maybe there are some services that can help me, so that sense of burdensomeness is alleviated. And again, this is not a one and done thing. Oftentimes, just like with any intervention, it's cyclical, right? Somebody might get out of that 4 to 6 hours and you get them to help, but then they come around again and they're still struggling. Maybe it's not the right healthcare practitioner relationship with them. Maybe it's not the right medication. Maybe it's just still the circumstances of life are difficult. So it can be cyclical. So after you lead someone to get help too, it's partially all of our responsibility to reach out to that person and see how they're doing and invite them to lunch, make them feel like they belong, make them feel like they're not a burden. Okay, so for effective QPR, say, I'm here to help you. I want you to live. Get others involved. Okay, so Edwin's here. He's trained. Laura Rogers is trained. I'm trained. You all are trained now. You're actually certified in QPR. So you can all be involved in a community to help your community member. So you always want to follow up with a visit, like I said, and work with others in the community. If your community is really struggling, helping to develop that network is also a role that you can provide. I know in my position, like I said, I don't work in the medical community, but I do get calls now from people saying, I have someone in crisis. What do I do? It's out of interest and love for my community that I want to help set up those resources, or have some people down who I can call, or have a doctor that I feel close enough that I can call my own doctor. Another thing, many, the employee assistance programs too, those are also individuals that you can call and say, hey, I have a friend in crisis. I need some help too, or how can I connect this individual? Do you have any ideas for me? Even if they're not with your employer. So when you apply the QPR, you plant the seeds of hope, and hope is what prevents suicide. So that concludes the official QPR Institute portion of the training. We just want to leave you with some resources, and also, talking about suicide can be depressing and anxiety-ridden, but what we want you to see is that there's hope on the other side. So I'm going to show you a video of Warren Beeler, who used to work in the Office of Agricultural Policy, the governor's office, of how he really found himself in a dark time. And here he is, he's out, he's talking about it. We all need to talk about it, right? We all need to talk about the struggles we have, because that's the thread of humanity that ties us all together, okay? So, and how he found a brighter path.
I started out here on this farm as a hog farmer back in 1980, and I absolutely love hog farming. I mean, I just eat, sleep, dream about trying to make a really, really good one, and had a really good business going with selling lots of boars and gilts and just the market hog business. And in December of '98, big business got really bad. Hogs got to 10 cents a pound. We had 1,200 sows and three farms, and break even was probably 35 cents, and we were bleeding money. And so I was sitting at this table 3 o'clock in the morning, worried sick. How was I going to pay my bills? How was I going to make it? It was difficult. I mean, I felt like the whole world was on me, from the time sitting at this table to even starting over. I started over at 43 years old. I was embarrassed. I was ashamed. I was too proud. But I worked there at the Department of Ag for 16 years, and then moved over to the Governor's Office of Ag Policy. And I will tell you, this job has been the most wonderful experience that I've ever had. I have learned more about agriculture. I eat it, sleep it, want to learn about it, think about it all the time, and I think back to those days sitting here at this table, and what looked so bad, like the world was about to end for me, turned out to be an absolute blessing. I got the perfect job, a job that fits me like a glove. What looked so bad turned out to be wonderful. I throws you some curves, but at that same time they throw you curves, it just gives you opportunity. And we in agriculture are really lucky. We know how to work, and you know how to work and hustle, do things when you don't have to do things. That makes success possible. You get chances and opportunities to advance, and I've been very, very fortunate, maybe lucky, but I've been very blessed. From sitting at this table when you couldn't pay my bills to providing for my family better than I ever have, after 21 years, You know, life gives you lots of chances.
All right. So let's talk about resources. Some of you might have 2 of these because I forgot that some were in the totes and some were passed out. So feel free to take both, give one to another individual at home maybe. So let's talk about these. You might be familiar with the fact that the National Suicide Prevention Lifeline is going to be turned into a 3-digit number, hopefully, soon. They're saying by this upcoming summer, but who knows with COVID how that's going to roll out. But it will be a 3-digit number, and the really interesting and exciting part of this is through this Raising Hope initiative, through legislative support, is that we, the Office of Behavioral Health, I don't want to say we because I don't want to take credit for it, but the initiative has funded the upgrading of all of the call centers, really, so that every call that comes in the state of Kentucky is answered by somebody that works within the state of Kentucky. Now, all of those individuals that will be the call center operators will have gone through a culturally responsive training in terms of how to engage farmers in conversations regarding their mental health. So that's a pretty cool initiative that has been done with the Penny Ryle Center. There's also the Veterans Crisis Line. We know that veterans are twice as likely, not twice as likely, excuse me, but have a risk twice as high, I should say, to suicide as the general population. So there's specific crisis lines for them. And you also need to keep in mind that a lot of our farmers are veterans as well, so that's an additional risk factor that we have. SAMHSA has a really great helpline, disaster distress helpline, which is for any man-made or natural disaster. So they address things like housing, food, legal assistance, things like that, which if you think about it, there are all these things that happen that can kind of drive us to the point of being in crisis, right? A lot of these social determinants of care, of health rather, that we need to address. So that's one resource for you, as is Farm Aid. Veterans Crisis we spoke about, so it's 24/7 support, it's confidential support. Online and mobile applications, some research shows as of late that texting is kind of the way that people are wanting to communicate with these centers now, with these lifelines. So these are really great. I have a daughter who's 13, and I know she doesn't like to talk about her feelings so much, especially when we're in an argument or she wants to apologize about something. She texts me, even if she's like just down the hall. So I think that sometimes it's easier for us to write about our emotions or what we're struggling with than it is to actually say it. For some reason, saying it has held so much more gravity. So these are some really great resources for individuals that you might know of that don't want to talk about it, but they'll be willing to, chat with someone over text. Warm lines are really great because they're preventative resources. So before someone gets into a crisis, maybe it's that sense of not belonging or having to figure out some, things that they're struggling with. These are warm lines, they're peer-to-peer, peer-manned lifelines. LGBTQI individuals have a risk 1.5 times higher than the general population of suicide as well. So here are some specific resources for them: texting, chatting, and lifelines. Kentucky specific resources, the Office of Behavioral Health has some resources, a website that you can go to. I'm currently working with some other individuals on looking more of like those other external factors such as housing, food, legal assistance, things like that might be kind of what's driving the individual to be in crisis. We're looking at developing a map for that as well by county. There's also Kentucky helplines. For our Spanish speakers, we also have Backtrack Clinic, although that's really for individuals that work on horse farms, and EKU also has a community health center that can help with an individual whose primary language is Spanish. Sam said, this is my favorite website, and this is actually in your Lifesavers guide. I know it sounds silly for me to say to you that you should put the Suicide Prevention Lifeline in your phone, but I'll tell you that my husband and my daughter, they go to school downtown Lexington where my husband works. And they were leaving school one day and someone came up to them in crisis. And he wasn't prepared. So just having that number in your phone is crucial, I would argue. And then I would also say this wallet card, what it has inside the contents specifically for find a mental health provider is the best resource I found, because oftentimes one of the barriers to care that we find is not being able to afford it. Not being able to afford to talk to a mental health care provider. So if you go to this website, you'll see this is a great resource for you to sit down with a person in crisis and go through and say, okay, what kind of insurance do you have? Can you pay anything out of pocket? Do you have any sort of co-occurring issues such as substance abuse? And there's all sorts of, are you a veteran? To really help you find services for that individual. 211 is supported by United Way. It's very similar to Samson, providing those additional resources such as housing, food, legal assistance. So I would ask you now if you have any questions or comments. I know it's a bigger room, it's not as intimate, but do you have any questions or comments or anything you would like to share? Now, we sped through this pretty quickly, but in conference format, that's what we have time for. Usually we like to engage in some conversation. Yeah? Yeah, so the question was whether or not suicide rates have gone up because of COVID, and actually they have not found that. They haven't found that. So it's kind of contrary to what the argument was to sending kids back to school was, hey, we're worried about their mental health. Now, calls have gone up to the crisis centers, but in terms of suicides and in the state of Kentucky, no. Okay. And nationally in the state of Kentucky. So that's why I noticed a lot of editorials written by suicidologists during that time saying, hey, everyone that's making that argument on mental health, yeah, we see that that mental health struggle is real during COVID, but suicides, we can't say that, the fear of suicide, there's no evidence right now that suicides are up to make that argument for putting kids back in school. Any other questions? So what I would say is that if you're interested in bringing the full length conversation to your community, we've been going to a lot of extension sites and having conversations with people, some really important ones, having people really talk about, kind of how they approach mental health and the stigma in their communities and why the concerns they have and kind of what they want to see. We've heard from ag educators that they have a lot of suicide prevention in their schools, but they don't have enough about teaching kids how to cope with struggles, teaching them mental health literacy. So everything that comes our way, we really do want to hear about it. If you have any concerns, I'm the continuing education director, and we don't just deal with mental health. We deal with any sort of health and safety injury prevention issues. So feel free to reach out to me if there's something that I can assist with, and I'm sure we can do it in partnership with K-State. There's an evaluation on your table, the state asks again. So I always say the state because I'm hoping you'll be a little bit more willing to spend the time to complete that worksheet, that evaluation. And I'd like to thank all of our partners. You can see it's a statewide partnership, really, and we're really excited. We just started kicking off working on the peer-to-peer mobile app with Dr. Bernard, and we're looking at doing some user testing with an app that has shown to lower levels of distress among farmers, with Australian farmers. It's had a lot of success there, so we're bringing it here, state-bound. Prior to coming today, you got an email from me. It was just a survey. We're always looking for research-based best practices. So everything that you, in terms of your evaluation or when you take a survey, for us, we translate that into change and into action. So you'll be getting a survey with me, from me again. Participation is always voluntary, but in about a month. And I'll also ask you if you had if you've used this in any way. We have found that some individuals just a month out have used this and engaged in conversation with someone that they're concerned about. So I'll stick around for a little bit if you have any questions. I also have to run back to get my kids from school. So I'll leave my business cards up front in case we don't have time to talk, and you can always reach out to me. But I want to thank Trevor and Edwin for having me back again. And thank you all for spending time out of your afternoon to listen and engage in thinking about this important and difficult topic. So thank you.
I believe the vaccination clinic is still going on if you want to take. Oh, we've got a raffle here. We want some free stuff.
Okay, I'm going to shake them up. Close my eyes. Matt Bernards. Matt's here. I'll let you pick one. And then this is a number, 347002. 347002. Well, do it again. If you're not here, you don't get it. Chris Cribbs. And I think Chris just left. Okay. Snoozing, he losing. Kevin Hoggers. Yes. Yay. Got the weather radio.
You want my ticket?
That's fine. Oh, okay. Thank you, everybody, for participating.
Again, we appreciate all of y'all for taking time out to be here today, and hopefully next year we'll be in person for the whole Small Farms Kentucky Limited Resource Minority Farmers Conference. And I wish you safe travels and have a good day.